You should be good now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and council members. Where is Ann Vibey? Do I see Council Member Vibey?
No, Mayor Gibbons, she is not on the line with us yet.
Thank you. And we will begin the meeting shortly. City Manager, would you text Councilmember Vibey and see if she's having trouble getting in?
Absolutely.
I don't have my cell phone with me.
I just texted her also.
How's everybody doing now that it's cool, but it's going to get warm again?
So I think it's been very pleasant weather.
How are your allergies doing?
I'm not going out a lot. I wonder if Ann's trying the link for 7:30 instead of 5:30.
I think it's the same one, but
Should be one link.
It is one. Oh, okay.
I texted her.
there she is.
Hi, Ann.
Councilmember Vibey, are you all set? Okay, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. This is the study session of the Campbell City Council. And the purpose of the study session is to review the budget as we have as a draft. So I will call to order this study session of the City of Campbell City Council on this Tuesday, May 18th, 2021. The study session of the City Council meeting is conducted via telecommunications and is compliant with the provisions of the Brown Act and the Executive Order N2920, which is issued by the Governor. The City Council meeting is being live streamed on Channel 26, the city's website, and on YouTube. And I would offer that there is a City of Campbell YouTube page. You can't just go in and Google City of Campbell. You need to go into YouTube and get City of Campbell YouTube channel. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, of course. Councilmember Bybee.
Present.
Councilmember Landry.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Here.
Mayor Gibbons.
Here, thank you. So this evening, because this is a study session, it has a little bit of a different format. I would like to begin by saying that we've had several meetings, public meetings with staff to discuss the various aspects of putting this budget together. So what you're going to be hearing tonight is a discussion of the draft from the May 11th publication. And please know that all council members value the services and the staff that provide our services to the community, our residents and businesses. And we're all working together to develop the best possible budget for this year and for the following years. So we have a lot on our plate, and thank you for joining us. I'd also like to mention that on Thursday, this coming Thursday night, there is another Zoom meeting to provide community input to the budget. And I believe that's at 5 o'clock. We'll confirm that.
6 to 8 p.m.
6 to 8, thank you. 6 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, and there is a separate announcement for that. Yes, Councilwoman Landry.
For clarification, Brian, it does say on the website in two places 5:30 and in other places 6 o'clock. So we might want to confirm it's at 6.
So Liam, we just corrected it.
Okay.
And so it will indeed be from 6 to 8 o'clock.
Okay,
Fine,
great,
for
thank
that
you.
clarification. Thank you for asking
No
that
problem.
question.
You're welcome.
All right, so what we're going to do is have public comment, and then staff is going to give, city manager is going to give an overview. And then after that, staff members from each department are going to give a brief presentation. They're going to answer 4 questions that the city manager felt the council would like to have answered as the discussion moves forward. And then we've set up for each council member, ideally, to have 10 minutes for questions and comments. We're not separating out questions and comments. We're going to be just talking questions and comments. And that should take us to about 7:10, 7:15, and depending on the public comments. And if we can get through the CIP, so much the better, but we may have to come back after the council meeting to finish that discussion. And staff will be giving the CIP presentation after the initial presentation of the work plans and some of the assumptions about the budget. And with that, I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. As the mayor stated, this is an ongoing iterative process as we develop and refine the budget. We have conducted previous study sessions with the council on these topics. Tonight is the culmination, hopefully, of what we've heard from you. And we intend to reflect that and get your input if we've missed the mark on those things this evening. As part of that iterative process, there is a public workshop Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. for the public to give additional input on that issue. And then any direction that the council gives this evening, as well as the public input that we received Thursday, will be folded into a June 1st budget hearing that we will have to introduce the budget, followed by a June 15th adoption of the budget. So any changes tonight will be reflected in that June 1st revision. But any comments we receive from the public will be presented to the council. We won't assume and making those changes until we report those to you June 1st. Any changes the council wants to make June 1st will be incorporated into the final budget adoption document that will be shared for a June 15th consideration. Okay, so really quick financial overview of where we're at this year. This gives you a slide that shows 2019 to the proposed year. The percent change is the percent changed from what was adopted last year with what is being proposed here. And you can see revenues are up 3% and expenditures are down just slightly at 0.3%. There's a projected surplus with what we're proposing to you today of about $480,000. And it's our recommendation that those reserves, those surpluses be programmed back into the reserves to replenish the emergency reserve that was used last fiscal year. This slide just kind of breaks down. It's really easy to see visually the percentage of both revenues and expenditures. You can see that the green areas are obviously the largest. That's property tax from a revenue perspective, and that's your salaries for your employees on the expenditure side. The next largest revenue and expenditure is sales and use tax on the left pie chart there in blue. And the purchase of supplies and services in blue on the expenditure chart. And then I'm not going to read all those to you, but you see other taxes there on the left, revenues at 13% in kind of that yellow color is your third largest revenue. And then benefits are your third largest expenditure on the expenditure side. This chart's really telling. It's something that we've used a lot to try to describe where we've been and where we're going. And we showed this to the council previously. And this has changed dramatically with the budget that we're proposing before you today. You'll see annotated here in the middle of the chart there, estimated surpluses for fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. We're just above the red line there. That's where we're currently. And then looking forward to the 2023 budget year next year, we had originally had shown a deficit of in excess of $2 million in that fiscal year. This proposal that we're showing you today reduces that future deficit projection to about 500,000. And it would be our expectation before we get to next budget year that would be reduced to zero. But this shows you where we're at in the discussion. Both surpluses for this year and next year, a slight deficit. And then in the out years, just real quick, we can go back to that, Will, one more. And then in the out years, you see that the surplus will grow more dramatically. And I did want to point that out. It's not a level budget going forward. We do project in outer years a bigger surplus.
And Brian, if I may comment, on the 2021 and 2022 fiscal years, that includes nearly $4 million each year of ARP funding. So it is not our normal revenue. It is utilization of nearly $8 million of ARP revenue.
That is correct. All right, next slide, please. All right, so when we talk about our general fund reserves, the blue line is our target. The red line is where we actually are. And you can see that the reserves dropped in the fiscal year 2021. And again, this year, until we recover the use of those reserves that we used last year. The budget that we have is projected to have the reserves meet the expected levels by the fiscal year. In fiscal year 25, almost to fiscal year 26, somewhere between those two fiscal years, we should be meeting our expectations for reserve funding. Okay, just a brief chart on staffing overview. Here, where you see in the second column from the right, the fiscal year 2022 proposed. This is the staffing that we're showing this year. And the rightmost column is the percent change from what was adopted last year. I want to point out to you, even though these percentages are probably greater if you compared it to where we were in 2020, the fiscal year 2021 did do some reductions that are reflected in the fiscal year 21 adopted budget. You can see the total permanent and limited dropped from 181 to 173 this current fiscal year, and the total of all positions last year dropped from 236 to 197. So the percent change we're showing you is how much more it's changed from the adopted last year. But I did want to point out that last year's was also a reduction. So we're taking a percent change of something that was already reduced. I like this chart because it really gives you a visual of where we're going. And if you see nothing more than all these, the blue, the yellow, the green, all descending as you move from left to right across this chart, across the x-axis. And this really reflects what I was saying on that last slide, that the green area being our permanent full-time, you see crescendoed at its high point in 2020 and has dropped somewhat between 2020 and 2021 fiscal year, and it continues to drop with this budget. Likewise, a more dramatic decrease in staffing, with the temporary staffing you see in blue, a more precipitous drop from 2020 to 2021, and then a continued decline, not as steep from 2021 to this year. I think that just the volume of that as you move from left to right in this chart really demonstrates the reduction overall in staffing, and gives you a good feel that those numbers are declining, which means a reduction in cost. Okay, so this budget does similarly. It compares this fiscal year, the proposed, the second column from the right, fiscal year 2022 proposed to fiscal year 2021 adopted. The percent change column here, even in a status quo year, I would expect because of healthcare cost, pension cost, and escalating contract costs, that this normally, even with status quo, it would be typical that you would see about a 3% increase across the board in a normal year. So using that as kind of a judgment tool, you can kind of see where these would lie compared to a normal increase without significantly changing our budget. You see these ranges change from a negative 14% in recreation and community services to a positive 7.2%. I do want to point out that fire services here in the middle of the chart is a significant expense that we contract with Santa Clara County Fire for. You see that expense is a $9.8 million expense, our second largest department expense. And that contract calls for a 3.2% increase. So that when you average it out with the others is why the total percentage at the bottom there is at 0.3%. I think it's really affected in large part by that large number for fire services increasing. Next slide. Here is staffing by department. I showed you a chart earlier on staffing. I'm not going to go through this, but it shows you by department where it's decreasing. Primarily rec and community services and community development are the two big reductions here. And then we're going to move at this point, probably appropriate to take public comments, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
And before we move to this next slide on city departments, I think the idea is we'll go ahead and take public comments.
And if we may, can we go back to one of your last slides? I just want to point out one more thing, which is that when council works with staff on the budget, can somebody call that up?
Will, can you pull up that slide, please?
Across the top there of the column labeled, in the reports that you have in the budget, there's an extra column in there, which goes from fiscal year 21 estimate to fiscal year 21 adopted. So in these presentations, the fiscal year 2021 adopted is the budget that's being compared going forward to fiscal year 2022. And the reason for that, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, is because the deficit was so massive in 2021 that it doesn't make sense to give a comparison. So if you're looking at your material, there's an extra column there. We're not using that. So we're going back to fiscal year 2021 adopted to compare it with the trends from fiscal year 19, 2021 to the projected recommended 2022. Okay, thank you for that. And City Clerk, may we go to the public at this point? Do we have speakers who would like to enter the conversation?
Yes, ma'am, we have 5 speakers who have all signed up to speak today.
How many do we have?
We have 5 who have registered to speak.
Fine, thank you very much. So with that, we'll allow each 2 minutes. That's our standard comment time. And please invite the first person.
Okay, the first person is going to be Carly Hasbrook, who is online with us right now.
Hello, Carly.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Carly Hasbrook, and I'm a 10-year resident of the wonderful city of Campbell. Thank you to the council and staff for all of your hard work. I'm here today to comment on the proposed 2022 operating budget and the capital improvement plan. As you know, these proposals reflect the policies, goals, and priorities of the city council and community. Due to significant fiscal impacts from the pandemic, the council took corrective measures for fiscal year 2021, including vacancy freezes, staff reductions, and budget adjustments, including a $942,000 reduction for recreation and community services. Because parks and other municipal services play a vital role in a healthy community, I would like to see all cuts for Public Works and RCS restored in the upcoming fiscal year budget. However, I see the city manager recommends that some vacant positions be deferred until 2023, including the following that directly affect my life as a resident: city arborist, parks maintenance worker, recreation program coordinator, building inspector, and planning technician. I also see that some positions may be permanently eliminated at a time when we need to be creating jobs. Meanwhile, it is proposed that Campbell PD spend $312,000 on a Bearcat armored vehicle. Out of all the big line items for Campbell PD in the budget and the improvement plan, I specifically oppose this Bearcat expenditure. Of course, I want our officers to be safe, but in the rare event the police need an armored vehicle, in my opinion, they can borrow it from one of our neighboring cities, such as San Jose, Sunnyvale, or Los Gatos. This large and expensive piece of equipment can be shared. Campbell Police Department posted on Nextdoor about using Sunnyvale's Bearcat to successfully serve a search warrant in July of 2020, a perfect illustration of a rare event in which Campbell PD needed an armored vehicle and borrowed it successfully from a neighboring department. We don't need our own, and I urge the council to spend that money investing in our kids, families, and infrastructure instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. And our city clerk, and I might take a moment to introduce our new city clerk, Dusty Christopherson. So welcome, and thank you for assisting this evening.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Crystal Wellman.
Christo?
Wellman, and I don't see her online at the moment, so I'll move on to the next speaker who's registered, which is Muffy Waterman.
Muffy, is that correct? Muffy,
Hi.
hello, Muffy.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I would like to also express my thanks to the council member. I know that this has been an extremely rough year. I've been a resident since '95 and long impressed by Campbell's really sound city management and the partnership with the council. So I'm coming from a place of longstanding appreciation. And I'm asking that the council seriously reconsider the purchase of the Bearcat. I'm troubled that our small town, which has such a history of good community feel, would take a step towards a real militarized police department. I think it's out of sync with who we are. And given that budgets do reflect what we value and what we want and the community that we want to be, I think that that kind of police equipment and expenditure in a year where we're also talking about really significant cuts to the parks, and the parks are the gem of our community. We know how much they are used intergenerationally. I would just really ask the council to reconsider support for that line item, and in general to look as carefully as possible at requests from the police department for additional capacity. And I'm thinking about the mobile command center, for example, and really weighing up whether that capacity is needed at a time when we're talking about staff limitations and cuts to basic services that our community thrives on. So that, I think that was it, but I appreciate your time and I appreciate your commitment to all of us and making Campbell the great community that it has been and hopefully will continue to be.
Thank you, Muffy. I'm going to just make a comment here. There will be staff presentations on the departments that will help answer the question about the recreation and community development budget. It is not being cut $900,000. That's from last year's reconciliation. So staff will have a presentation that will help understand what they're doing going forward. There will also be a presentation by staff on the CIP items later on in the evening, probably closer to 7:30, depending, and then we may have to go to an extended study session after the council meeting. So just an FYI for anyone who wants to stick around and hear the full discussion. Thank you. Dusty, our next speaker.
Next speaker registered is Jordan Dancer, but I do not see him online, so I'll move on to the next one who's registered. And the next one is Eva Waterman, who is online with us.
Eva,
Hey, yeah, can you guys hear me?
you're very faint,
Is that any better?
a little.
Okay, sorry, I'll do my best to be loud. This is gonna get a little bit repetitive. I'm basically voicing the thing that the past two speakers have said. I'm a young adult, I'm only 21. I've lived in Campbell my entire life. And I thought y'all had agreed to not do this last year. I thought you'd kind of moved on from thinking about buying the Bearcat. It's really disappointing to me. I've grown up here my entire life, like I already said. I've always felt pretty safe here. And the idea that you're planning to purchase this does not make me feel safe. I want Campbell to be a community where I feel like I can walk down the street, where my friends and my family do not feel like the police force is a militarized militia against us. I understand that you want your officers to feel safe, but like Carly said, like the first speaker said, in whatever case, like you justify this extreme action, you can go borrow one from San Jose or Los Gatos. Like they're already in the area. It's so expensive. You don't have to cut budget from parks. And the fact that I felt safe here growing up had nothing to do with the Campbell Police Department. It had everything to do with the fact that this is a wonderful community with wonderful people, and I do not understand why you want to arm yourselves against us. So I do thank you guys for your time. This is a wonderful town. You do wonderful work, and I seriously ask you to reconsider this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Much appreciate a young person contributing to the civic discourse. Thank you. And do we have anyone else signed up that's online?
Don't have anybody else that's signed up that's online, but if anybody else would like to speak that I may have missed or has decided to speak now, there's a raise.
Do they do *9?
There's a raise hand function as well that they can use on their screen to indicate that they'd like to speak, but that was the last of those who have registered and who are online.
Give a moment for people to utilize the system if they can. I don't see any activity.
No, I don't have any raised hands at this time either.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And I would encourage you to stay on and listen to the full presentations by each department and then the discussion about the CIP. It will help your understanding, and perhaps if you wish to join us on Thursday from 6 to 8, you might have additional comments. So I'd appreciate and encourage you to stay on. And with that, Brian, I'm going to turn it back to you and have the presentation from staff. And you identified 4 questions that you'd like each department to answer. And you can see them on your screen. I'll just read them in case someone's listening. One is, how do departmental proposals align with the council's identified strategic priorities? 2, how have council questions, concerns, comments, and directions been addressed? 3, what are noteworthy and important items that may impact the community? And 4, is additional council direction requested on any operational area? So with that, are we going to begin with the city manager's department?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. I'd be glad to lead this off. So in the city manager's department, there was a couple of things I wanted to highlight relevant to those questions you just read. The council has talked about the structure of my department. I've discussed at length with council, both individually and at budget study sessions, that we need to fill some vacancies in my department to get some stuff done here. And this reflects that staffing change. The org chart for my department shows the addition of an assistant city manager. That it will be a classification change from the deputy city manager that previously was in this department. The idea is that role will take on some senior leadership in the city and also support a succession planning. Is another comment of the council in the past years, is working to improve our succession planning in all of our departments to have a true number two and put someone in that role that can ascend. So this org chart and this budget proposal reflects that. The other thing that is key in this is reflecting the work on Measure O. And I know that the staffing that is in the proposed budget shows that we'll be bringing back on a project manager by mid-year. If you look at the staffing chart in my department, I think that we would propose to revise that from being a 0.5 coming in mid-year. I think that position needs to be filled much sooner. And this chart doesn't reflect that. I wanted to point that out to the council. It would be my proposal that we begin recruiting for that position this summer. And so in future revisions to this, based on council comment and direction, I would propose that position be funded more quickly. That is not a generally funded through the general fund. That is funded through Measure O, so it won't impact our general fund calculations that we're showing you. But I believe that's important, and that's reflective of the urgency and the priority of that item. The other thing I wanted to point out to the council quickly here, and is mentioned in the staff report, is that we've shown the economic development department aligned in the city manager's department. We've moved it. We can move it back. It was shown in the city manager's department based on a recommendation from the economic development committee that function be moved into my department from community development. And we can move it back. I wanted to tee up that discussion, get some direction on the council on the appropriate place for that. It's really easy to move back and forth. We put it here to demonstrate how it could be done. But as important in that discussion is what are we expecting in that role, and whether or not we need to look at a different staffing model, or whether or not some of that or all of that role should be contracted out. And if so, what would the scope of that look like? I'd like to get council input on that this evening. I think that's it for the main proposals for my department. I also wanted to point out that we've moved the city clerk out of my budget as a standalone item, and the city clerk will be addressing her items I think are relative to the council priorities next in the presentation. So that's it for my presentation. We'll move on to the next department.
Yes, thank you, Brian. Dusty? Madam City Clerk.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. So the work plan items assigned to the city clerk's office are all aligned with council priority 8, community participation, and council priority 2, financial health, reorganizing the city government into districts, and enhancing services provided by the city's clerk's office, such as the electronic Form 700 and campaign filings, will improve residents' access to information and improves the staff's ability to manage that information in the most cost-efficient manner, aligning with council priority 8 and council priority 2. As the city manager mentioned, this year's budget, the city clerk department was formally moved out from underneath the city manager's department and has made a standalone department to better fit this organizational structure of the city. Ms. in this year's budget, the city clerk has included funding for the consultant to continue the first priority on the city clerk's work plan, the work on the district boundaries, and is working to identify the schedule of activities with a current target to begin council discussions in July. These discussions could include the potential of utilizing committee structure to setting these boundaries, and will include conversations around mayorship rotations. So our first council priority again will be the redistricting, and then we'll move on to updating the electronic Form 700 process, as well as the campaign filings, and hopefully that will ease residents' access to the information and make those more readily available. So that's my brief update on the work plan from the city clerk's department, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next department, which I believe is Natasha Bissell, Acting Recreation and Community Services Director.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. So tonight I am bringing forward the proposal for the Recreation and Community Services Department. The focus of this budget and this proposal has been on the council priority of fiscal stability and cost recovery. So some key points to cover in the proposed budget. First and foremost, the budget still includes an additional $24,000 to supplement 17 additional meals daily for an entire year for the senior nutrition program. While this amount does cover the entire year, staff is not anticipating using it as we transition back to an in-person. The county does not allow food on a takeaway basis under normal circumstances. This has been something they have waived during COVID. So we're anticipating that going back to an in-person only meal service. So if council chooses to not fund this completely, we can modify that as well. I did put this in there as this has been an ongoing priority for council throughout this pandemic. Another thing to note is that the revenue projections are very conservative through December. When we were putting these together, we were still pretty heavy into high case rates, and all of that has seemed to drop off with the vaccination. So we were very conservative with our growth and staffing capacity and what we can manage. But we are poised to kind of take on more as that comes. So at mid-year, we will be making adjustments, either increased revenues and the corresponding expenditures that go along with that. So that will come as we know more about our participation. Another thing to note is that council has made it abundantly clear about cost recovery for our department. And while a reduction in force is not easy, I did take this time to really focus on what our department can do and change, and how we can better organize ourselves for long-term sustainability. And unfortunately, a reduction in force is something that we can do, and it is a way to get us closer to cost recovery as a department. And so I kind of looked at ways to, what are things we can stop doing? What are things we can automate? What are things we can disperse to other employees? And what are things that we can change simply because we've always done them a certain way doesn't mean that we have to continue doing them that way. And so looking for ways to modify our service delivery with an organizational chart at the end goal that really aligns our department for good professional growth within our department, so that there aren't any gaps in our org chart. And also so that we're nimble and ready to manage in the event of another crisis, and that we can shift positions quickly. We are at this point looking to bring back the manager and the coordinator towards the end of this fiscal year and next fiscal year as we build back our programs. This isn't a turn on the light switch and everything is back to normal for us. This is a slow ramp up as our community members are feeling comfortable and safe to come back to our programs as we transition to indoor programming again and things. So it'll be a ramp up of services for us as we move forward. So as a department too, one way to view, there has been questions about our cost recovery, and one way to view it is that we have recreation and we have community services. Community services are never going to be cost recovery. It's just not the nature of them. And so the recreation side of our department is what tends to be covering all direct costs plus some. And so that overall helped our department become more cost recovery. I am not proposing any elimination of services in this proposal. There are some programs and things that are on pause due to restrictions with COVID, and we will bring them back as time permits and staffing capacities permit. But there aren't any drastic reductions that are being proposed. The desk item that I provided also provides some background and information on cost recovery to the programs that were in question from council. Lastly, the Heritage Theater has been shuttered throughout this entire fiscal year and unable to generate revenue, which has been an ongoing burden of expenditures. And the city manager and myself, we've been working very hard and closely with Venue Tech, who is our contractor. The agreement is set to expire at the end of June, and we've been able to negotiate an amendment to the agreement that provides a reduction in fees in the event that there is another public health crisis that shutters the building for an extended period of time. It also would require regular check-ins with City Council to discuss future funding or ongoing funding of the Heritage Theater if it were to be shuttered again, or if it continues to be shuttered. If there's another ramp up of cases. And so that is another item for council consideration that could be brought back for further discussion and direction for the city manager to extend the agreement. Those are the main highlights of the proposal that I have for this evening. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Natasha. I would just ask if you could spend 30 seconds explaining what was done last year to reconcile the budget for last year that is not being carried forward, that $900,000.
Oh, no problem. So when we put together budget projections in spring of 2020, we were very optimistic because we didn't really know what COVID presented itself. And so we had our programs and services coming back to normal by about mid-year. So when we were doing our mid-year adjustments, we were at the height of another shelter in place, which reduced our ability to offer programs and services. And by doing that, we had a significant reduction in revenue, and the $942,000 that was referenced earlier was the corresponding expenditures associated with those revenue reductions for programs and services we just simply couldn't offer. So it wasn't anything that we chose not to do, it was that we were constrained by the restrictions and the inability to host people on our campus.
Okay. And that's not the case in your budget going forward. You are making, I'm going to say, a modest recovery.
Yes, with a pretty full recovery for next summer. So summer programming, most of that revenue is actualized in the spring, at the springtime. So right now we're kind of receiving all the revenue for summer programs in 2021. And so we're anticipating a lot of that revenue being a bit more robust next year at this time.
Thank you for that explanation. And Councilmember Lopez, and I didn't know if Vice Mayor Reznikov also had his hand raised. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, Natasha. One is you mentioned the org chart. Could you elaborate a little bit on how you're going to optimize for some of the opportunities for advancement and just some of the curious to hear your strategic thinking behind some of the reorganization?
Sure. So I really believe that when you have a department like ours, it's very hands-on with the community, and there's some positions that are very task-oriented. And if you have a gap in your professional growth within that organization, it's hard to go from one position to the next because there isn't that intermediate position available to you. So my thought is that as we, through attrition, and this isn't going to happen overnight by any stretch of the imagination, but my hope is that moving forward, we have a very robust level of positions that can that are doing kind of the programming hands-on work. Then we have a kind of a supervision that kind of trims out, then you have your manager and director. And, the hope is that there is really solid succession planning, that when somebody is out for an extended period of time or is away, that the appropriate level is kind of backfilling during those times, or you're not covering for a position that's too far above your abilities. And it really kind of makes that linear progression in your professional growth. And whether people do it in our department or a neighboring agency or, somewhere else, it's pretty in line with how other recreation or parks and recreation departments are run, is that there's that progression in your professional growth, and we're really lacking that. And so I would like to move towards a structure that promotes that. We several years ago stopped using executive assistants like other departments in our city, and so we're we have switched to kind of a part-time basis, and we're using those temps as needed, and when volume is high, we can kind of build that up, and when it's not so high, we can tone that down. And so we have a lot of control over the staffing costs associated with that, while the staff, the full-time employees, are focused on the programs and services we're providing.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation. And then my next question, I'm not sure if it might be you or Brian or Will, but I know that at one point, potentially for the theater, we were looking into the use of federal funds to help cover some of those costs. That there were funds for museums and event spaces and the like. I was just curious what the outcome of that was, if we pursue that, if that's still on the table, just curious.
It's still on the table. We did speak with a specialist from SBA, and due to the nature of our arrangement with Venue Tech, that we don't actually have our full-time employees operating sound booths and working within the theater, that it's a contract basis. It's kind of a gray zone. So we are moving forward with applying for it, but it's not a guarantee. So we're hopeful, and we're going to do our best, but we're not certain.
Understood. And was the museum not eligible for that process?
Through all the Q&A and the webinars that we participated in with SBA, it was really, you needed to focus on one. So if you had multiple things, you kind of had to focus on one thing. And the museum didn't quite qualify, because one of the items for outdoor event space, it had to have fixed seating, which the museum does not. And so the theater was for lack of a better term, bigger bang for the buck on kind of moving forward down that path of looking for some reimbursement.
Great. I appreciate that update. I'm glad to hear it's still on the table. And thank you for all the time spent on that. I would just add, if it's helpful, and you haven't already, maybe to speak with our representative, Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, who may have some advice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to speak? Okay. Thank you, Natasha. I think I had one comment, that the theater contract was provided in the council's information, and it will be considered at the June 1st meeting.
No problem.
Okay. And if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the finance department. And Will, you're up.
All right. So I want to thank the council and the public for attending tonight. It took a lot of hard work, teamwork, and discussions just to get to here. We've still got a ways to go, but I feel a lot better about where we are today than where we were a year ago. So it's due to each department. It's due to the people who put the budget together, but it's also due to the thought and the discussions. And also the input that we get from the council along with the public as well. So in our department, the key things that we will address really concern fiscal stability, fiscal recovery, and also hydro implementation. So everything that you will see in our water plan does really address those three, and also based upon what we heard from council in April. We also condensed the water plan a bit. We took out a water plan to address to address and improve AP, because we felt that our time could also be spent on different topics, and we did try to really condense what we took on, so that we are able to ensure that we do address stability, recovery, and also implementation. And in terms of things that will in terms of things that will impact in terms of things that will impact the public, we do also propose that we implement a new business business license program, where people will be able to both apply, pay, and also renew straight through the website, opposed to coming here in a person to either pay or to apply. The thing that this will also do, too is we'll be able to improve the data that we're able to collect. We'll also be able to generate timely reports, and also work with and partner with different departments, so that we're able to see to see any businesses or companies in a town that either open or close, and it will also be a thing that's helpful to a council, but also helpful to show us how well that we are able to how well we're able to recover as well. So I think that that's the key things, but I also will take time to address any council questions as well. Thank you so much. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Finance Director, and Councilwoman Landry and Member Bybee.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm looking online on, I think it's called the Blue Book on ClearGov. And under finance, there's a spreadsheet breakdown, expense, and then it has salaries. And in 2021, the forecast was 1,011,000. And then adopted was only 250,000. And now it's 638 for 2022. And when you look at staffing full-time, it's still 8.8. How did it go from forecasting 1 million down to adopted of only 251, and then now it's back up to 638?
Okay, so I can tell you that I didn't get either a 10 or 100% 100% pay adjustment, but also in our department, I show what we pay for, what we pay in cash to so that people in all departments are able to turn any unused vacation time into a cash. It's a thing that we deferred in the current year, but it's a thing that we expect to need to pay again in the upcoming year, but to not only pay it again, but also to catch up any amount that we deferred. The thing that you will also say is under our department, we heavily show a 2% rate to account for jobs that may be open over all departments. We cut it from a 2% down to a 1% rate. Just so that we don't account of vacancy reductions twice, and so it has distort our apartment a bit. It does distort our payroll expenses a bit, but again, our total FTEs are still 8.8, and also our pay is still unchanged as well.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. You're welcome.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Bybee, I believe you have questions.
Hi, Will. Thank you very much for the presentation. Also, thank you for the digital budget book. I have found it much easier to navigate and understand things. And so I appreciate the efforts that you and the staff have gone to create that for this budget cycle. I just wanted to comment on the business license software. I fully support that. I think it's important that we provide online capabilities for businesses to be able to, well, particularly renew their licenses. And I think that this is a much better approach than a previous recommendation that was kind of discussed about outsourcing the business license process. I really feel it's key to our business community to keep it in-house, and so that we can provide better customer service and follow up to our customers rather than outsourcing it. So I appreciate that approach that's being taken. And I just have one other question, and it relates to one of the slides in the very beginning of the presentation on the increases by department. And I noticed that there's an increase of 31% in the finance department. Could you does that have to do with this software, and or what is the what's driving that change?
So under our department, we also pay for we also pay for a few non-departmental expenses. The one expense that we again pay is when people can convert their unused vacation time to a cash. We again deferred in the current year. We expect to pay it again in the year, but also to catch up what we deferred. We also again we show the 2% of the 2% of vacancy rate. under our department. So we took it from a 2% to a 1%. But the thing that we also pay for from our department, our general insurance cost. So just due to COVID, due to COVID, plus the state of the insurance cost today, all through the state, all through the country, they did jump up. I believe about a 1 to 2 1 to 200 of 1 to 200 of 1 to 200 K in total. So it's again a thing that we pay for from our department. We are under a JPA, but we aren't able to totally control that cost. So you do see a big jump under our department, but it's really not to it's really not to pay for our core duties. So.
Okay, thank you, Will.
Mhm. You're welcome. Thank you as well.
I see no other questions, and we will move on to the next group, which is the Community Development Department. So we have Community Development, Legal, Public Safety, and Public Works. So we will likely go to a session continuation after our council meeting. So Brian, I believe you're going to do Community Development.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So community development, I'd like to lead off at least with the org chart that was included in the packet. We're going to be making some corrections to that. I think the org chart includes some descriptions of the functions that are in the underlying positions. Those aren't positions themselves. So at first blush, when you look at the org chart, it looks like we have 4 more positions in that department than we really do. We're going to clean that up. I wanted to point that out to you and remove those from the org chart while still describing the departments and the staff that are still working in. This reflects kind of a consolidated council direction, consolidating our work effort. Very big priorities from the council: the complete housing element, the general plan, our work on objective standards. There was some new work plan items in there to deal with ADUs, specifically looking at programs to be able to, or ordinances to be able to regulate and capture potentially revenue from short-term rentals. And then there was a work plan item in there to look at amnesty program for ADUs. I wanted to be clear to the council that program would be in compliance with state law that already allows for pre-existing building permit for pre-existing ADUs, but it doesn't allow for ADUs where perhaps they would not have been permitted and were illegally converted. So we're talking, when we talk about amnesty, we're talking about the use of the building, legalizing it from a use perspective. We're not waiving building requirements or amnesty from any building requirements. And in fact, those would still be required as part of that process. From a staffing level, In community development, it's really reflective of where we are with the workload that is coming in. We still show some vacancies staying vacant in the inspector position and the associate planner position. We have shown to come back in January potentially. But that is still a question mark in my mind as the budget year develops. That recommendation on the associate planner coming back may change if workload remains low. We've shown that to come back next January, anticipation of the build up to construction season next spring. But we are still showing the senior building inspector being left vacant. And then here's also where you'll see economic development's been taken out of this department. As I mentioned in the city manager's department, based on council input, that could be easily put back in this, but doesn't dramatically change what we're trying to achieve with regard to the general plan, the housing element, the objective standards and ADUs. And those are the highlights for community development. I'd be willing to take questions if there is some.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Lopez.
Is it appropriate to make a comment at this time, Mayor?
Sure, yes.
I'm supportive because of the transitions in leadership that we're going to be having of at this time, keeping economic development within this department. I know there's different opinions on that on the council, and I'd welcome that discussion as part of these, and open to hearing the case for otherwise. But I personally would think at this point that I'd like to see us move forward within this department, and happy to elaborate more or have more of that discussion. But I just wanted to bring that up.
Sure. Thank you for that question, and we'll likely have more of it. Okay. Any other comments? Councilwoman Landry?
So is now the time to discuss the?
No, it's basically questions, so.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Basically,
Okay.
sorry, basically any clarification or comments, because we're just going to go through the staff presentations. Okay. Okay. I'm being a little flexible here. All right. If I have questions, but for later. Okay. If there's no other discussion now, we'll go to the legal department and our city attorney, Mr. Seligman.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Gibbons and members of the council. My work plan items consist of 8 items, 6 of which address the council priority for comprehensive long-term land use planning, 1 of which addresses the council priority for Measure O implementation, and the final one deals with working with the city council subcommittee to enhance communications and planning regarding work priorities. Of interest to the community, my office will be working with the Community Development Department in developing ordinances for expanding vehicle camping to all public assembly uses that wish to offer that, consideration of the ADU amnesty program, and consideration of legalizing short-term residential rentals. And with that, I'd be willing to take any questions.
Thank you. No immediate questions. We will move on to the presentation by Public Safety, and that is Chief Berg.
Good evening, Mayor Gibbons and honorable council members. My pleasure to discuss our budgetary proposal with you this evening. Really, when we entered into this this process, it really was keeping public safety and that community engagement at the forefront. So we really evaluated our positions and expenditures in order to keep that high level of service, but while also identifying areas of operational efficiency that we could that we could obtain by making slight changes. And as you saw last year's budget cycle, we did that by making some personnel changes. And this year, we have some similar changes that are being proposed. As you have seen, we have a slight increase in the executive assistant position, and I think that combined with the freezing of a records specialist position will 0.8 to 1.0 FTE will fill that void for right now as we evaluate whether or not the decreased staffing in records is sustainable long term. I think that also plays into our future conversation tonight about the CIP request for Axon Officer Safety Plan, which also is a way that we're identifying some efficiencies that can save on personnel. As we did last year, we're proposing eliminating a public safety systems specialist position, but replacing it with an IT administrator specific to the police department. As we're moving forward, we've identified technology as being a big item that needs to be tackled as we move forward, not just with our existing softwares, but all the requirements being put on us by DOJ and other entities. I think it's important to also point out that while it's not a change in this year's budget, last fiscal year we eliminated the crossing guard positions, and we have found that to not have a huge impact, but with the distance learning coming to an end at the beginning of next school year, most likely. I just wanted to make council aware that we are not budgeting for those crossing guard positions. So if that's something that the council wants to reevaluate or give guidance on, obviously open to that discussion and how we could make that work. And the last personnel item that I wanted to mention that we're still working through, not in this proposal, but we've identified a huge need for an emergency manager position within the city. We're actually the only city in Santa Clara County that does not have an emergency manager position. So we're looking at different options, and my hope is that we can bring that to you when we come back on June 1st. When it comes to our expenditures, the vast majority of our expenditures are contractually based, which we have really no control on the increases, but referencing back to that Axon Officer Safety Plan, a lot of those increases for our CAD and RMS systems will be able to get rid of those ongoing increases if we decide to enter into this contract that will be discussed later. And the only other item of note, and I know the mayor has brought this up, this budget does not have a line item for CERT supplies. That was eliminated in last fiscal year. And really at that point, it was the requests were for training material, and with the pandemic and no training going on, we identified that there was ability to save some funds by not purchasing equipment that wasn't going to be used for the year. I know that CERT has obtained grant funding for some equipment on their own, but just to highlight that there is no funding currently, but that can be discussed at the council's desire. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resnikoff and then Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. Chief, two questions. What was the prior budget for the crossing guards?
If you give me a second, I can pull that up. In fiscal year 20, it was $107,000.
And CERT, if I remember right, was like, is it a 15K grant? Was that what it was?
I think back in 19, it was 10,000, and then it was reduced to 5,000.
Okay, and some of what that covered, they've gotten grants for, so 5K or so might net to what would be equivalent to that 10 or even less than 5K. If we net out what they got grants for but wanted to put it back in, it would be less than we budgeted before because some of it's already been covered. Is that what I heard right?
I don't have the specifics on what their grant funding. I see the mayor shaking her head, so she may have more.
Okay,
insight
but that
than I
5 to 10K then was what's been funded in prior years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to hit on that, obviously, I've said it before, but we continue working with CERT, and CERT is a valuable part of our community. So we're supporting them regardless of whether or not there's a line item. And if there was some expenditure that was an emergency purchase, then obviously we would evaluate that and make that happen if necessary.
Councilmember Lopez. Vice Mayor, you're all set, yes? I think the answer is yes. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. And the Vice Mayor actually hit a couple of my questions, so thank you. Just as a follow-up on the CERT discussion, I know you work closely with them, Chief. Have you had any discussions this cycle about what those needs might be?
There was a recent CERT annual meeting, and that's where the discussion was on the grant that they obtained. So we are in communication, regular communication with them. There have been no proposals submitted to us on equipment needs. So as we were going through this process, based on the lack of requests and the requests that were given to us last year on the training needs, that was the decision.
Great. I might encourage you to reach out to see if there is a need, and
Sure.
If there's not, that's fine. But as the Vice Mayor pointed out, maybe a lower cost and ultimately not that significant to our budget. So I think that'd be valuable information to have. Could you also elaborate a little bit on the proposed new IT position? The thinking strategically behind having that in PD versus with the regular IT department?
Yeah, so I've actually had this conversation with our IT manager, and there are a lot of day-to-day operational IT needs that are occurring in the police department, and our IT department has a heavy workload that exists today. So by assigning this IT position directly to our support services division, they'll be able to have that daily firsthand working knowledge of all of our systems, be able to proactively identify the problems, and work within our department to identify where we are, where we need to be with technology. And I think by devoting that resource specifically to the police department, and by removing the public safety system specialist that has some hardware and very minor software responsibilities, we foresee this position taking over those responsibilities, so it fully encompasses all of our hardware and software needs as we move into the future with future technology changes.
And is the are the IT needs, how specialized is that compared to what the regular IT department might be working with?
Well, we do have some very specialized systems that our IT department now is familiar with. So I don't foresee it to be like two separate IT divisions. I foresee this position being a PD position that works with our IT team. And they would have that public safety systems knowledge, whether it's dealing with the new digital radio systems, our connections to the state DOJ and CLETS and all these other CAD, RMS and next gen 911. And there's a lot of things on the horizon that require, I think, a focus and a specialized training that is really needed at this point.
I appreciate the need for some of that specialized knowledge. I think there could be value to having it within IT, even if it's specialized or mostly working with PD or physically in you know, the PD space. But you know, if there's overflow or capacity or just opportunities for coordination and any cost savings, maybe benefits to having that cost within the IT department, but just some thoughts there would welcome any further thoughts. But thank you. I also, because we had both some mention in public comments and some of the emails, could you speak a little bit more about the mobile command center? I know this is in CIP, but or I'm not sure if that would be a separate discussion, but just because I think there's public interest about that.
Yeah, I think we were going to do the CIP discussion later, but if the
Okay.
mayor would like, I'm happy to answer those questions now.
Yeah, I'm okay with answering this, Chief. It's clarifying that the Mobile Operations Center was funded by a grant from the state legislature, specifically for emergency services. And that was funded last year or 2 years ago. You might just provide a little bit of an update to answer that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a $550,000 grant from the state for emergency services, and we received authorization from council. I believe it was 2 years ago, maybe a little under 2 years ago, to move forward with the purchase of a mobile emergency operations center, especially with Measure O and our existing EOC being at the basement of the library. We identified the need of filling that gap, not only for Measure O, but for ongoing operational needs. So we actually have already entered into a contract for that mobile emergency operations vehicle, and it is actually in construction now, and we anticipate taking possession of that probably in the next 3 months.
And I think there's no city money involved. And if there's anything that the PD wants, they're getting grants for it. It doesn't involve any city money.
That's correct.
Great. I appreciate the clarification at this time. That's all. Thank you.
All right, next department, Public Works. Okay. Todd, you're on the line to be brief.
I've heard that before.
That's
Thank
why
you.
I said it.
Thank you and good evening. So Todd Capurso here from Public Works. Hope everybody's having a great week. Wanted to set a little context for you regarding Public Works. As you know, by checking the budget, we do have a $13 million or approximately a $13 million operating budget. It is worth noting that only about a quarter of that, about 3.5 million, comes directly from the general fund. We are largely funded through other funding sources that include the gas tax, a lighting district that we have here in Campbell, impact fees, fees for service, and a community facilities district. And much of those funds are restricted funds and can only be used for the purpose of which they are collected. And so that does feed into our budget strategy and how we help craft our service levels. You will see that the operating budget is going up by 7.2% while the positions are going down. That is largely a function of the fact that Public Works held many positions vacant last year to help reduce the budget gap. We did not take those out of the budget. We held them in there, but we did remove the funding. As you remember those conversations as we had in the middle and end of last fiscal year, and even as we begin the budget process for this year. So those positions did include an assistant engineer in Public Works Engineering, which we're proposing to convert to a senior engineering tech, the park supervisor, a parks lead worker, the building supervisor, and the line level building maintenance worker. And we do have a strategy which is outlined in the report of the timing of filling those positions, because we do believe that all those positions are critical in different ways. Some provide direct service and some help protect the investment that the city has already made in its infrastructure, which is actually a cost-effective strategy moving forward. To address the bullet points that are on the slide in front of you, I would like to point out that our proposals do align with the council priorities, not the least of which is Measure O. As you know, Public Works does play a significant role in helping advance the cause of Measure O, both in terms of the police building and of the library building as those projects move forward. Also in terms of open space, not only in the renovation and of our open space, our parks and our playgrounds, but also in the maintenance of those facilities and keeping them safe and open for the community. And also in terms of fiscal stability, because as I mentioned, many of these assets were a significant investment on the part of the city. And the better job that we do as a city in providing preventive maintenance, we help extend the useful life of those assets and increase the usability to our residents as well. Adjustments that have been made since the last round of meetings. There are some significant items in the CIP, which we will speak about later, but I do mention the CIP now because some of the increases in the CIP do have a direct impact on how we propose staffing the engineering side of Public Works, because for the number of projects that will move forward, we will need project managers, we'll need design services, and we will need inspection services. Also, that strategy does roll into how we maintain our infrastructure. Not all of our projects are building new things. A lot of our projects are maintaining existing assets, not the least of which is our city's extensive roadway system. We are looking at ways to be efficient, how we can cross-train, particularly in some of our operational areas. So you'll see, actually maybe what you won't see in the org charts, but what you will see in practice is that positions will be cross-trained against a variety of sections so that the street maintenance crew can help with the parks crew and vice versa, the same with the building crew. And so we are really looking at how we can provide maximum flexibility to help the changing needs of the city, which has been particularly challenging over the last 14 months, as you know. The service level adjustments have been a moving target. So over the last year, that is why we have been able to make such significant savings by holding positions vacant, because of some of the restrictions that you heard Natasha talk about. Also impacted the level of use in parks and some of our facilities. With those restrictions being eased, we are seeing significant impacts to our public facilities, particularly in parks. And we will want to increase our maintenance levels back to where they were prior to the pandemic. And then in terms of noteworthy and important items that are impactful to the community, as mentioned before, we will continue to advance both the police building and the library project as part of Measure O. We will continue to provide maintenance services to our streets. So you'll see an annual street maintenance project every year in the CIP. We have some significant park and playground renovations occurring. We'll have the John D. Morgan project closing out early in the next fiscal year. And at approximately that same time, we'll take down the Campbell Park playground area and start our renovation out there as well. But then also on more of a community, on a localized community basis, you'll see a variety of bicycle pedestrian improvements and traffic safety, which includes traffic calming, by the way. And so that concludes my remarks. At this point, happy to answer clarifying questions or any other inquiries the council has. Thank you.
Okay. I will hold my comments to the end. And if there's no other comments, all right, council members, it is now 5 after 7. Shall we begin our conversation about what we've heard and answer staff questions? Or shall we adjourn until after the council meeting? My question is the stop and start. Are people comfortable spending another 10 minutes, or shall we just take a break and go to the council meeting at 7:30? Councilwoman Landry?
I see a fairly good conversation based on questions that have already been asked, and my preference would be to do it all contiguously instead of breaking it up.
Yeah, I think you were saying postpone now and move to come back after the council meeting.
I don't think we should be rushing the conversation. And based on the time, it's going to go past 20 minutes of a conversation.
That's right. We'll be pressed. We'll be pressed. Okay, so if no one has any objection, we'll adjourn the study session to follow the council meeting at 7:30. The agenda is fairly brief, I think. So hopefully we'll be reconvening maybe 8:30, if not sooner. Does that make sense for everybody?
So we stay
The
logged
same
in
link?
though.
Right,
Same
same question.
link.
The same link, everything. Yes,
Okay, so just mute and turn video off.
yes. Okay, Councilmember Ivy?
I was just going to ask, is there a certain time frame that we're going to be allowing for the continued discussion and then getting into the CIP?
So I had it budgeted 10 minutes for every council member previous to this discussion. Staff presentations took a little longer than I had budgeted with the city manager. So I will give a time limit to that.
Because I wasn't expecting to continue after the council meeting, so I'm a little surprised at that. Is there any way we could start with the CIP discussion or time? I mean, now we're wasting 20 minutes in between meetings.
Well, I was deliberately not asking any of my questions. I was holding everything. I don't know how many other people have
Well,
follow-up questions.
Then if you have questions, why don't you ask them now so that we get them out of the way?
Okay, I can do that perhaps. And the other thing is that we need to answer the questions that staff has asked us. So maybe it might be productive to start answering those questions and see where we stand with those. That might be the best use of the time. So I have a question from the city manager about economic development. I would offer Councilwoman Landry and I are part of the Economic Development Subcommittee, and you may speak to where we think that group should go. Councilwoman Landry.
Oh, caught me off guard there.
Sorry.
Yes, so we met and discussed at length as a subcommittee what economic development is, what we can do for the community, what we can do for businesses. And based on that conversation, Liz and I discussed that maybe we should be bringing in a consulting firm that has a higher level of range of experience in economic recovery. And that it just seems like we need a little bigger guns going forward for this.
And I agree with that. We thought it was a more productive solution and one that could be turned it on and off as the circumstances warrant. And given the magnitude of the pandemic impact on business, we thought professional assistance would be of more value.
And I think we did discuss putting it under the city manager's office, especially as a consultant. It seemed a better place than in the community development.
So I know Councilmember Lopez thought it would be okay to leave it in community development. The recommendation from the subcommittee is to move it to the city manager's office. Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
So obviously, we're not privy to that whole conversation. I mean, my inclination is to leave it where it is now too, for the reason of, I think we have to define what it is before we know where it belongs. It may belong under the new community development director, it may belong under the city manager. I'm not sure there's agreement as to what the function should be and who's doing it in-house, consultant, whatever. So I don't think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we have feedback other than a few comments from the subcommittee as to why you came to that conclusion and what alternatives we have. So I think defining what it is will define find where it goes, maybe with the input of the new community development director. But I think there has to be a discussion about that that's probably lengthier than a couple minutes right now.
And fair to say, but the purpose of the Economic Development Subcommittee is to provide recommendation to the council as a whole. And we did do that. We spent a great deal of time with the city man, not a great deal. We spent a reasonable discussion and time with the city manager on how to move forward. So we believe we met our obligation to the council.
I'm not saying you didn't in recommending. I think that it's fair to understand how we got to the recommendations. I think maybe others disagree, but I'm in favor of leaving it where it is until I know what it is.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, I agree with that. I appreciate the committee's subcommittee's work and research that went into that. It's the first that I'm hearing of potentially having that be a consultant. So I'm open to learning more about what that would look like, what's out there. But I do think, especially if it's an employee, just for management chain of command, makes sense to keep it where it is. But open to learning more about the committee's thinking.
Okay. Any thoughts, Councilmember Bybee, and then I'll go back to Councilwoman Landry.
I think it makes sense actually to move it to the city manager's office now for a couple of reasons. There is going to be a change in community development with a new director, and I think it's a better opportunity to have it managed currently by the city manager, and there's a subcommittee that's involved with this, and there's direct links there to the city manager and discussions, and it would give the new director some time to kind of get his feet wet and deal with things that are probably maybe a higher priority while it's evaluated by the council. I think it's worth bringing it to the council for discussion. I've heard other suggestions that it be contracted out as well. So I think that we need to have a broader discussion on it than just hearing little tidbits of what the subcommittee recommended without having the full picture. But I don't see it being a problem moving it into the city manager's office for the interim, because it's easy enough to move back. And in a lot of cities, their economic development person is in the city manager's office, and it is managed by the city manager's office.
So yes, I think the Economic Development Committee did not define what the economic development would be going forward, but felt that it would be better served being in the city manager's office and had more flexibility for being outsourced and directed. That was not a recommendation to preclude council discussion on it. This is just answering where it would be better served in the structure of the organization. And that was the question we were answering at the time.
And I'll comment, we did at the end of one of the council meetings on committee reports, we did say that we did discuss contracting out the services to bring in a high level of expertise and another firm. So that was discussed. We didn't get into detail about it, but we did bring that up as part of our report that we made. And I do hear what Vice Mayor said about until we can define more what it is, what department to put in. But at the same time, we have a new community development director starting on June 1st. He's got to get his feet wet and get thrown in the fire. But at the same time, we're opening up and we need recovery. So that's why I felt moving it over to the city manager for now. It can be moved back. But I hear your concerns, Paul, about we don't know yet the position. So where does it go? But I say, move it in city manager, get a better head start on it, and have a bigger council discussion of what this position really is.
Real fast, I'm certainly less concerned about where it moves now than what is it. So given the choice, reporting to the city manager is fine to me, or not. But I think there has to be a discussion of what we want to do. There are different options we can do. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify, I apologize if I missed or overlooked that report. I certainly didn't mean to imply that there's anything secretive, just that I didn't have time to give it full consideration. So that's all I was coming from, but do appreciate the subcommittee's work.
You're allowed to give due consideration. Okay, so I have asked staff, I went through a series of questions, and I had asked staff to take another look at the city manager's budget just to make sure that the full amount for the city clerk had been withdrawn from it. So because it now has its own budget. I also was questioning the full amount for economic development because it identified only one staff person, I think not the work that was done by the community development director, and all of that got kind of commingled. So I just was asking that. And the other one that I thought was important, two others I thought were important. Let's see, I'm digressing here, but I'll finish my thought. Was that communications has been an issue for us for a long time. And we have said that we need a communications PIC role. The social media communication position has been absorbed by PD, and it's been very effective, but it has not addressed the need of the city. So we have asked for the last 2 years to have a more solid communication role for the city. And I didn't see that in the city manager's budget. And I wanted to suggest that we clarify that.
If I could, Madam Mayor, and clarifying that, I think that's one of the roles we're looking at for the ACM position, to pick up some of that.
I'm sorry, for what?
For the assistant city manager position, to take on some of that role. If we can get the right person with some of those skills as well. And that was the concept behind that.
All right. I would offer for people who didn't know, because I did not. When we make, one of the things that I was trying to do was make sure the community had a lot of information on our webpage about financial resources to recover for rent and utilities and different things. And I was told that it was being done by the staff person in the police department. And I was very surprised. I thought IT kept up our webpage, and they don't. So there seems to be some learning curves going on and how to maintain the web page for all departments, and to maintain a public information officer, and to do our social media. So all of that needs to be understood and addressed. So I would just ask staff prior to the June 1st meeting to take a good look at how we're going to handle that. I'm not so sure that the assistant city manager can do everything the position needs for Brian, as well as all of that, but staff can take a look at it. Councilmember Lopez.
And I did, I'm not sure if now is the time or, later tonight or at a later meeting, but I would like to hear more about the strategic thinking behind the assistant city manager position. Would be great to get some more information around that.
I concur with that. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay, and then the strategic plan update, I didn't see on the work plan list for the city manager's office. We had talked about, it hasn't been updated since 1999. So I think it needs a good looking at. So I would offer and ask the city manager to take a look at that. Okay, and I'll offer one more comment that will move conversation along, and then we will stop in 1 minute. And the city clerk, I wasn't totally clear on why the city clerk's budget went up 10.7%. So it's one of those things that triggered my comment about what was the full reduction in the city manager's office and what was going into the city clerk. I couldn't rationalize the two numbers. Anybody have any last minute comments, perhaps just on the city manager or city clerk's items? No? Okay, so let's take a break and we will come back. Thank you. We'll convene the regular meeting of the Campbell City Council in just a moment. All set? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Campbell City Council for Tuesday, May 18th, 2021. I call to order this regular meeting. The meeting is conducted via telecommunications and is compliant with the provisions of the Brown Act and Executive Order N2920 issued by the Governor. The City Council meeting is being live streamed on Channel 26, the city website, and on YouTube. And I would encourage those who want to find meetings on YouTube. It is the City of Campbell's YouTube page. So just Googling City of Campbell for YouTube doesn't work. You need to get to the YouTube City of Campbell webpage or YouTube page. And with that, we will do a roll call.
Councilmember Bybee,
Present.
Councilmember Landry,
Present.
Councilmember Lopez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
Here.
Mayor Gibbons.
Here, thank you. And this is an opportunity to formally introduce our new city clerk, Dusty Christopherson, right? The full word, the full name, sorry. She is joining us from Arizona.
Just most recently Phoenix, yes, but I am a Campbell native, just to throw that out there.
Long time Campbell history and coming back with your family. So we're welcoming you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to take a moment to thank Andrea Sanders for doing a superb stand-in job for the past year. And then some, I think you're there somewhere, Andrea. Put your picture up if you can. Thank you. There you are. Thank you very, very much. You gave the council a great deal of confidence and consistency and dealt with a lot of things single-handedly. So thank you. And we are so pleased that you are there as the strong right arm for our new city clerk, Dusty, to join the organization. So well done, and new team. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Can I make a quick comment, Liz?
Sure.
Dusty, most people have a right-hand man, but you have a left-hand woman to help you.
Oh, well, that's been my savior this week for sure. She's been wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So we have tonight the Pledge of Allegiance. It's being said by the city engineer, Amy Olay. Amy is leading the pledge on behalf of the Asian American and Pacific Islanders, which I will speak to under proclamations. So Amy, thank you for joining us. And would we all stand or otherwise address saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, I think you're muted.
Thank you. So Amy, thank you very much for saying the pledge for us this evening. Amy is representing all of the Asian American and Pacific Islanders that are part of our staff, that are members of our commissions, members of our businesses and residents. And this is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So May 1st marked the beginning of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a time to acknowledge the accomplishments and contributions of the AAPI communities in the United States and beyond. Beginning in 1979, President Carter signed a proclamation celebrating the first AAPI Heritage Week and called upon the people of the United States to celebrate with appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities. Now, May is used as a time by those of Asian and Pacific Islander heritage to amplify their voices and their concerns, as well as share their cultural pride. Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make our nation more vibrant through diversity of cultures, languages, and religions. The American story as we know it would be impossible without the strength, contributions, and legacies of the AAPI community. Over the past year, the AAPI community has been reeling from an uptick of violence and hate. Advocates are urging Americans to seek out ways to be allies in actionable ways that go beyond words. So thank you. We have a proclamation declaring this by the mayor as the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I just briefly want to speak to this. Thank you, Amy, for leading the pledge. I'm very glad our city is doing this. Today is particularly appropriate because May 18th would have been the birthday of Vincent Chin, who was killed in 1982 in what we would now recognize as a hate crime, helped lead to federal hate crime legislation. And we had local leaders, including Norm Mineta, who were vocal in that effort. So these issues are absolutely still alive today. And that said, this is a time and a month to recognize the joy in AAPI history and really celebrate that heritage. So thank you so much, and glad that our city is doing this.
Amy, if you wish to say something, you're welcome to.
On behalf of the AAPI community, thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation.
You're welcome. Thank you for everything. And we will then move on to the next portion of our meeting, which is communications and petitions. There are no communications and petitions this evening. The next section of our meeting is oral request. This is the portion of the meeting reserved for persons wishing to address the City Council on any matter not on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the council are requested to register in advance. You can do *9 if you're calling in. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes. The law generally prohibits the council from discussing or taking action on such items. However, the council may instruct staff accordingly regarding oral requests. Madam City Clerk, do we have any oral request items or speakers?
Mayor, we did have one gentleman, Scott Largent, who was with us a few minutes ago and has dropped off of the call. So I just wanted to make the announcement that if there is anything additional, those communications can still be sent to email at the Campbell City, City Clerk at campbellca.gov, just in case he's still listening, but I don't see that he's on the call at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. And we are now with the consent calendar. Are there any council members that would like to pull any item from the consent calendar or any public speakers for this item?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'll pull consent items 10 and 11, but I think, did you do council announcement? Did we finish council announcements?
Oh, thank you for, I skipped over it.
So I will in advance though pull 10 and 11.
Thank you. All right. It is right here in front of me to do. Thank you for reminding me. So we are doing the council mayor's announcements. COVID-19 vaccinations have expanded to include youth 12 through 15. Yay. All county health systems, mass vaccination sites, and all general community-based mobile sites will be able to accommodate the newly approved age group to administer the vaccine. Appointments can be scheduled through the county's website, sccfreevax.org. I saw signs up at the local Safeways, so you can almost walk in anywhere these days and get your vaccination. So please take care of your health and those of your loved ones. The public health officials continue to remind the public that testing is critical. For those who may have been exposed to the virus, testing remains free, easy, and confidential. Appointments by drop-in, drive-through, and walk-up are available 7 days a week. Residents can book an appointment for the fairgrounds or various rotating city sites. Please visit SCC Free Test, SCCFREETEST.org for more information. If you need assistance finding food, paying household bills, seeking available resources, or other essential services, please visit 211.org or needhelppayingbills.com. NEEDHELPPAYINGBILLS.com. There's lots of assistance out there to help you stay in your home and maintain your utilities. Please take advantage of whatever you need or help someone you know who may need this type of assistance. The Small Business Administration is accepting applications from eligible applicants that have experienced pandemic-related revenue loss for the federal government's $28.6 billion Restaurant Revitalization Fund. The SBA is currently prioritizing funding applications for businesses owned and controlled by women, veterans, and socially and economically disadvantaged individuals through May 23rd. All other eligible applications will be able to apply on or after May 24th. For more information, please visit sba.gov/restaurants. Free Disaster Resilience Business Webinar. Join Business Resilience Organization Disaster Resilience Business for a free Resilient Workplace webinar for Northern California small businesses and nonprofits. It will be Thursday, May 20th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The DRB, FEMA, and Cal OES will cover how businesses can be more resilient to potential catastrophic business interruptions and improve crisis decision-making. Spaces are limited and attendees will receive a free toolkit. Register for free at drbtoolkit.org/NorCal. The Cities Association of Santa Clara County invites you to register for its Let's Talk About Race on Thursday, May 20th from 7 to 9 p.m. The panelists will discuss how we can build a more inclusive county and will feature Licia Brooks, Chief of Staff of the Southern Poverty Law Center and former Chief Workplace Transformation Officer. Register online at bit.ly/CASCC panel. Summer registration is now open for camps, classes, and much more at the Campbell Community Center. The Community Center pool is open by reservation only. Lanes are booked 3 weeks in advance. Hour rentals will be available from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. or 1:15 to 2:15 p.m. on Sundays only. The reservations for June 13th will open this Sunday. For more information, please visit campbellca.gov/recreation. The Campbell Museum presents History of Moffett Field on Friday, May 21st from 6 to 7 p.m. via Zoom. It's a $10 registration, and I think it's free to members. Hint, hint. To register, please visit campbellmuseums.com. That's campbellmuseumsplural.com. The Campbell Library, Campbell Library new temporary facility is located at 1 West Campbell Ave in Building E next to the Orchard City Banquet Hall. It will be open Monday, May 24th. The new facility will offer expanded hours to accommodate your busy schedule. The service hours will be Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Friday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The library is closed on Sunday and all county holidays. Patrons can pick up holds, browse a limited collection, and use the public computers and printer. Items can be returned through a book drop at the front of the building starting May 24th. For more information, please visit sccld.org. And this is all in preparation for the new library, which renovation will be in the near future. So exciting. The City of Campbell's offices will be closed on Monday, May 31st in observance of Memorial Day. Limited essential services to the public will be reopened on Tuesday, June 1st. The Campbell Police Department, along with other critical city services, will continue to provide emergency and essential services to the community. Please also know that there are 2 observance events. The first is at 9 a.m. here Monday to have a brief ceremony at our memorial, our Veterans Memorial, I guess is what I'm trying to say, our Veterans Memorial. There will be a more robust ceremony at for Memorial Day at the, and I'm going to forget the name of it. You'll have to check our webpage to find the location of the 11 o'clock service for Memorial Day, where we will have speakers in observance of the occasion. So thank you for that. And now I will stay untongue-tied for a little bit longer. And the Vice Mayor has said he would like to pull items 9 and 10. Did I?
10 and 11.
10 and 11. Thank you. If there are no comments from the public, I'll take a motion for items 1 through 9.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Landry and a second by Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
Reznikov. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reznikov,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Reznikov.
Thank you. So I pulled item 10, which is declaring this week National Public Works Week. See, Public Works Director Caperso is back on. So this is the annual time when we compliment Todd before we then beat him up later in the meeting. So you should enjoy this time, Todd. But I wanted to thank you and the whole group, especially over the last year, because the last year during a pandemic, you have a lot of staff working in the parks and in the street maintenance and street repair who are out there in the public when we didn't know how to deal with COVID, working in groups at some points when we're supposed to distance, and they did a good job and they kept everything running. So special appreciation this year for everything that you and your team did, especially because of the pandemic. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that goes without saying that the council and all the city are appreciative of the magnitude of the effort that it took to keep things running smoothly. And I, for one, look forward to the barbecue next year.
Mhm.
Okay. With that, would you like to make a motion, Vice Mayor?
I'll move consent item number 10.
Second.
So I have a motion for item number 10 by Vice Mayor Reznikov, seconded by Councilwoman Landry. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reznikov,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. And also Vice Mayor Reznikov, item number 11.
Thank you. So I pulled 11, which is a resolution commending Angela Lockpad for her 33 years of public service and 12 years of service to the city of Campbell. And I wanted to pull that because typically the field officers and the command staff are the face of PD that we all see. but I'm sure the chief will agree. Things don't happen without good background. And for more than 10 years, Angela's been here. None of us, I think, get a lot of interaction with the people inside, but I can tell you I've heard nothing but very good things over the years from every chief of somebody behind them helping tremendously. So I want to thank Angela for her service, certainly to Campbell, and wish you well on your retirement.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry and then Chief Berg.
Yes, Angela, I don't see your picture there. You were there a minute ago. I just want to thank you. We've had a few opportunities to interact, and I think you've done a great job. I know usually the administrative assistant's the glue that holds the department together. So I'm sure your role was pretty high level within the Department of PD. And like Vice Mayor said, the officers get a lot of recognition, but the frontline staff usually doesn't. So I wanted to just say thank you very much and best of luck as you move on.
Councilmember Bybee and then Councilmember Lopez.
Hi, Angela. I was fortunate enough to be able to work with Angela for a few years as a staff person, and I just want to thank her for her service to the city, as well as her public service. It's not always easy. You are the glue that holds the department together, and behind the scenes person who makes it all look great. So thank you for that. I always found you to be pleasant and an easy person to deal with, and a go-to person who always had the answers. So thank you for that, and I wish you well in your retirement and have lots of fun.
Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. And just want to congratulate you on your retirement. I hope it's well enjoyed, certainly well deserved. And as others have said, executive assistants really are often the glue that holds a department together. You need people skills, you need to be fast on your feet, and you're also oftentimes the gatekeeper that keeps the department running smoothly. So thank you for your work. It's no easy task, and wishing you the best. Thank you.
And Chief Berg.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Everything that was said by the council members is absolutely correct. Angela really is the glue that holds it together. When we put out the job listing for this position, it said on there it was the chief to the chief. And I feel very fortunate to have worked for and with Angela, especially over this last 18 months of me being in this position. She doesn't like being the center of attention, and on multiple occasions hasn't allowed me to publicly thank her. So I've respected that, but this is my last opportunity to publicly acknowledge Angela for all her hard work and dedication to this department. She's leaving some big shoes to fill, but if you didn't know, she's staying on to help with the transition with our new EA who's coming on. So that just demonstrates Angela's the dedication to the department, to the city, that she, even in her retirement, is coming along to make sure we make it through the transition. So on behalf of all of us, the police department, Angela, you're going to be missed, and thank you very much for everything you've done for us and for me personally.
And to round out all of these well-deserved comments for 33 years. I know how long that is. That's a long time. Thank you very much. And I know that a lot of people were holding their breath when you announced your retirement, and it's so generous of you to help them slowly breathe as you do the transition. So thank you and enjoy. You can say something if you'd like.
Thank you, Mayor Givens and Chief Berg. It has been an amazing journey, and I am just so grateful and thankful for the opportunity to work for the city of Campbell. And I'm going to miss everyone. Thank you.
Very best. Thank you. And with that, may we have a motion?
I'll move consent on item 11.
Second,
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Resnikoff, a second by Councilwoman Landry, and a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. And we will begin the next section of the meeting, which is public hearings and introduction of ordinances. Members of the public may be allotted up to 2 minutes to comment on any public hearing item. Applicants and their representatives may be allotted up to a total of 5 minutes for opening statements and a total of 3 minutes maximum for closing statements. Items requested for continuance are subject to the council's consent at the meeting. Item number 12. This is a public hearing to consider the application of Kurt Anderson for a major modification, PLN 2021-21, to a previously approved plan development permit, PD 82-05, to allow construction of approximately 1,796 square foot addition and facade improvements to an existing one-story medical office building, a tree removal permit for removal of 2 trees, and an authorization to remove a dead and dying tree for removal of 5 trees on property located at 429 Llewellyn Ave in the PD Plan Development Zoning District. This will be a resolution action by the council. And we have a presentation by Naz. Thank you.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
You're very faint.
Great. Oh, okay. Is this better?
Much better.
Okay, great. So I will go ahead and share my screen momentarily. Okay, so as mentioned, this is a modification to a previously approved plan development permit, tree removal permit, and dead tree removal at 429 Llewellyn Avenue. The project site is located on Llewellyn Avenue between West Hamilton Avenue and Plum Blossom Lane. The zoning is plan development with the general plan land use designation of general commercial, which allows for the existing medical use. The property is currently developed with a 1-story office building approved by a previous plan development permit in 1982 and was approved for use as a medical office in 2007. This application proposes a 1,796 square foot addition to the front and the rear of the building, shown in these areas here in red. The application also includes removal of 3 parking spaces to accommodate the front addition. And it includes the creation of 2 new parking spaces at the front landscaping area, shown here in red. But 1 additional parking space will be required to meet the minimum of 42 parking spaces. And this space can be accommodated in this area as well by extending the new paving and curb. And this is included as a condition in the draft resolution. The application also proposes facade improvements. At the top, you have the existing front elevation, and below is the proposed front elevation, showing removal of the wall projections and pillars, stucco walls in place of the brick veneer, and a new steel entry canopy with stone veneer columns. So along with the building improvements, the application includes a request for a tree removal permit for 2 living trees. Both of the trees appear healthy. However, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of both trees under the economic enjoyment finding to allow for site-wide landscaping improvements. The application also includes a request to remove 5 dead or dying trees. There are 4 Machen trees and 1 sweet gum tree, which all appear to be in decline. Per the Planning Commission recommendation, the draft resolution includes a condition for submittal of a tree replacement plan in compliance with the tree protection ordinance. And as a desk item, the applicant has followed up with a conceptual landscape and tree replacement plan with 9 new trees to replace the 7 proposed for removal. So with that, the Planning Commission recommends the City Council adopt a resolution approving a modification to a previously approved plan development permit, and approval of a tree removal permit, and approval of an authorization to remove dead or dying trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Naz. Are there any questions from the council members? Councilwoman Landry?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Naz. I'm looking at the site plan, and the existing handicap accessible parking spaces do not have a van aisle next to them. There's only a 5-foot loading or access aisle. And my understanding, when you do these projects, you have to be bringing ADA spaces up to code. Also, the person in one car cannot walk past the person or the other car, and there's no path of travel. And the one handicapped person or the person using that space would need to walk behind the other car.
Thank you, noted. And that's also something that would be addressed as part of the subsequent building permit application. That's when the building division takes a very thorough look at all of the applicable building codes, including the accessible parking requirements.
Well, you're going to lose a parking space or more by having to fix that. So usually I think it's picked up in planning, but the other thing is, well, I guess we're into questions, right? So that was a question. I have comments later.
So is your question all set, Councilwoman?
Well, you're going to lose a parking space.
So we do have the applicant and architect. I believe he is here, and so maybe he can speak on that during the public comment period. But they are creating a new parking area to accommodate the additional square footage that's being added to the building. And I believe it would be possible, if they do need to lose a parking space for the ADA requirements, they could add another one in that new area that they're already having to propose.
Okay, I did see I was looking at the wrong drawing. They are showing a wider access aisle, but the first car still has to cross behind the second car. So you can't do that.
Yeah, so Councilmember Landry, may I suggest that we have other council members ask their questions and then let the applicant speak, and then you can ask your question of the applicant. Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
My question is really for the applicant. So if we're gonna have a period for that, I can hold off for now.
Yeah, that would be fine. Okay, if there are no other questions of staff, we will, let's see, open the public hearing and ask the applicant, I think that's Kurt, is it not? To make a presentation and then possibly answer some questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Good to see you all again. Hope you're all staying healthy. I'd like to extend, before we start, appreciation to staff for getting us to this point. Naz has been wonderful, and Naz, it's nice to see your face instead of a mask when you're on a Zoom this time, so that's great. So a real person there. You're also a lot easier to hear because that mask, meets the voice. In regards to the parking, we were planning on revamping the parking as the new parking adjacent building and making that the accessible parking. That way we can go, we have that first stall, will be the van and go directly into the entry. So we'll deal with Bob and Naz as we can do this.
Kurt, could you sit forward and speak into the mic?
Would you like, maybe I can turn it up a little bit. Does that help?
That helps, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, my voice is scruffy, so sorry about that. So it's our intent to read that new parking that we're going to put in the front of the building. That will be the new handicap stalls. We're going to move those from the outside of the parcel closest to the street, adjacent to the building, and thereby facilitating that ADA access into the building. So the whole reason behind this expansion is, one is we have a very esteemed surgeon in the city of Campbell, and he's just a fantastic spine surgeon, and his practice is growing. So we're going to add another procedure, actually another OR. And the whole intent behind this project is to really bring this building up to a very, very attractive facility that really denotes the type of practice that this doctor does. So we're really faceless and give it a refresh look. We're tearing out the landscaping, going to all water efficient landscaping with the trees and more of a kind of a desert style landscape. As we know, or all know that we're in a drought and will probably continue for several years. So we're very concerned about water usage. There was another condition that you talked about, the access, the south driveway access, if you recall from that letter. So it is our intent, even though we're going to maintain that access from the driveway to the south side, that we're going to basically, that will be closed off and only be available via Knox box with the fire department. We want to minimize that traffic through the site, through that neighborhood. We think that's very important, both for the our client site and also the neighborhood itself. Our intent was, when we asked for the removal of those trees, and those two trees at the front, there was one picture that Naz had shown earlier, and the root structure on that one tree is pretty much overgrown the sidewalk and the adjacent curb to the parking area. And I feel that's a tripping hazard. I mean, after all, this is a spine center. People can't walk very well. So we'd like to eliminate that. And that's why we're going to plant more trees than required. So we're suggesting replacing with 8 trees instead of the original 5, because we really want to have a very attractive project here. I reviewed the conditions with my client. We find them acceptable. We're just chomping a bit to get started on this project. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Then we will allow, let's see, I guess we haven't done this in such a long time. So why don't we have council members ask you questions, and Councilwoman Landry first, and then Council Member Lopez.
Okay.
Do I make comments and questions?
Questions for the applicant, please.
I have comments.
Okay, Council Member Lopez, questions?
Thank you. Kurt, you touched a little bit upon this already, but I'm just curious, could you elaborate a little bit more on the need for the addition? That the staff report really focused on the cosmetic changes in the trees, but just wanted to learn a little bit more.
I'm not quite sure what I understand your question.
The need for the approximately 1,700 square foot addition.
Okay, yeah, the facility currently has 1 operating room, and it's not enough to accommodate the needs of his patients. So we're adding an additional operating room and reconfigure it to new healthcare standards, adding some additional clean and dirty air to facilitate the turnover of the rooms and really bring that up to a state-of-the-art facility under today's current standards.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And with those questions, we'll close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to council for comments. Councilwoman Landry.
No one else wants to start? Okay. So I'm concerned about the plants. You have basically giant flax out in the street park or the frontage along Llewellyn. And those things, that one you pick gets 7 feet wide, 6 to 7 feet tall. I think there's a concern at the corner on the sight line, but this is, to me, you're approaching a residential neighborhood, and I don't see any connectivity between what's the business on the one side, Jack in the Box, and then heading into the residential neighborhood. And I totally get it on the drought tolerant, but it seems like there should be more variety and not just this mass of 6 foot tall blade plants in the front. Over by the trash enclosure, one drawing shows the existing tree in one spot and the other drawing shows it in a different. And the one that looks different, it looks like the tree is going to be impacted by that trash enclosure location. So you might want to look at that. I still don't quite understand what you're doing with parking, but I'll let that go to the building official. But the plant's not wonderful frontage.
Do you want me to address that, or is that was comments? Is it, Mary, is the public hearing closed? Can I speak?
The public hearing is closed. If we need, we'll get you back in, Kurt, but I think we're okay for the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments and questions? So I would simply offer that we could do, and the city attorney can help us here, a minor amendment to the conditions, which simply say that the applicant will have a revised, I'm going to say revised landscape plan and parking plan acceptable to the community development director prior to or along with the building permit application.
That condition, as you worded it, would be fine, Mayor Gibbons.
Okay, so I won't make that motion. I offer that to anyone if you are ready to make a motion.
All right, let me get to that page. Okay, here we go. The motion is that the city council take the following actions. Adopt a resolution approving a major modification PLN 2021-21 to a previously approved plan development permit ZC 82-05, a tree removal permit, and an authorization to remove a dead or dying tree. And then to come to reevaluate the landscape plan and the parking plan in conjunction with the building department review. I got it? Okay.
There is a motion. Do we have a second? We need a second, ladies and gentlemen. Councilmember Bybee?
I guess I don't understand why the conditions are being added to the approval. If what our assistant planner says that the parking will be addressed with the building permit and the landscaping, bit ambivalent about that. I think it should be up to the applicant to, I mean, we can provide direction if that's what it is, if you prefer different landscaping, but I think that should be up to the applicant to decide.
Okay. Councilmember Lopez? You have a motion on the floor.
I'll just add that I think I would welcome Councilman Landry's expertise on this with regard to the landscaping. But I'm not sure it needs to be a condition of approval. I'm not sure what the criteria for something acceptable would be. And I agree with the point with regard to what Councilmember Bybee said, that the parking will go through the planning process.
Okay, so the motion stands without a second.
I can modify the motion.
Would you like to modify your motion?
Okay, so the recommended action as stated in the memo, I don't know if I have to reread the whole thing.
No.
And that the second part would be to reevaluate the landscaping for the frontage to be more in context to the residential neighborhood.
Do we have a second motion? Do we have a second?
Excuse me, and who is to make the decision on the landscaping? That should be part of the motion.
I guess the planning department.
You would probably want to say the community development director.
Community development director.
Okay. So we have a revised motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We do not. Councilwoman Landry, would you like to try it again?
3 strikes and I'm out? Are you serious? Okay. I make a motion as stated as a recommendation in the agenda.
There is a motion by Councilwoman Landry. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That motion is as written.
The motion is.
Oh, it's already been seconded. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Councilwoman Landry and a second by Councilmember Lopez. Then we have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
Can I vote no on my own motion? No.
Sure.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. I'd just like to note that I do agree with Councilwoman Landry that the parking issues should be resolved at the planning stage, the entitlement stage, not at the building permit stage. That to me is industry norm, just as an aside. All right, I believe you are done, Kurt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Y'all have a good night. But there was a condition, by the way, in the planning department approval that the parking and the landscape was being worked out with staff and the community development director. You probably all missed that condition. It was already in the planning commission approval. So thank you for your approval. Councilman Landry, we'll get that straightened out. Don't worry about it. We'll get it so it looks perfect with the transition. I'll work with Lynn and us. Okay.
Kurt, you could have saved me 3 rejections there. Come on.
Well, you guys have closed the public hearing game. You should have done it during the comment instead of comments. We did during question. Anyway,
All right,
thank you all.
you.
Good seeing you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye.
And we will move to the next public hearing and introduction of ordinance item number 13. This is the adoption of ordinance adding section 3.20.110 to the Campbell Municipal Code to establish a standard procedure for hearings on contractor responsibility. This is an ordinance with a roll call vote, and we have City Attorney Seligman.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbons, members of the council. As the council may recall, this item was before you at your last hearing. It deals with establishing a standard procedure for holding responsibility hearings regarding bidding and public contracting matters. At that time, Councilmember Bybee raised an interesting and important question as to whether the ordinance would apply to subcontractors. At that time, I expressed a concern that unless there was statutory authorization for the prime contractor to substitute a new subcontractor, you would in effect be disqualifying the prime contractor anyway. So at that point, with that information, the council went ahead and took first reading of the ordinance. Since that time, I have gone back and looked at the statute that deals with substitution of subcontractors and found that in fact, there has been a provision included in that statute that allows for the substitution of a subcontractor that has been deemed to be non-responsible. And with that information, I have presented to you tonight a revised ordinance for first reading that in fact would specifically allow for disqualification of subcontractors. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions of council? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments from the public on this item?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll bring the item back to council for discussion and or a motion.
Come on, you guys. I shouldn't have to make all the motions here.
And I cannot, so.
I know. Okay, recommended action is to introduce an alternative ordinance adding section 3.20.110 to the Campbell Municipal Code, which which subjects subcontractors to the non-responsibility process.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Landry, a second by Councilmember Bybee.
And I'd like to say thank you, Anne, for bringing this up. Good catch.
Okay, well, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Campbell adding section 3.20.110 to chapter 3.20 of the City of Campbell Municipal Code related to bidder responsibility determinations.
I'll move further reading of the ordinance.
We have a motion to waive further reading. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And do we need a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Landry,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. And that brings us to the portion of the meeting where council committee reports. Do we have council committee reports from anyone?
I don't have a report.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
We had a meeting of the VTA PAC Policy Advisory Committee. One of the items that we heard was on VTA's business plan goals. I expressed concern after hearing that there's a shortfall or that VTA is behind in terms of staff hiring levels needed to come back to service, and express concerns about how that could impact as we start to open back up economically and things pick up. And additionally, there's an interesting discussion of new emerging or already on market, but new technologies for zero emissions buses. And it's an open discussion which technology VTA will go with. They're evaluating. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resnikoff?
Yep. Just the trifecta of board meetings, the solid waste JPA, the clean water JPA, and West Valley Sanitation District all came together this month. So those three. Nothing really much to report, just normal, same activity.
Oh, normal business. Thank you. Councilwoman Landry, you're all set?
We had the Recycling and Waste Reduction Committee meeting, and the biggest item was that the previous agenda had missed a line item in the budget. So it was to put that back in.
Okay, thank you. And I would mention that this has been Housing Month for the County of Santa Clara. There have been some excellent presentations on affordable housing, and I'll send some of the links to the city manager to be sent out to the council. Some very, very helpful, very interesting projects. And along with the housing, at our last meeting, I identified an ad hoc housing subcommittee or ad hoc committee for homeless issues, and we've needed to regroup, and Councilwoman Landry is kind enough to step back, and Councilmember Lopez and I will be the ad hoc committee on the homeless issues. So thank you for that. And in the legislative committee, there's legislation moving rapidly forward. I believe it's 1430, Assembly Bill 1430, which would eliminate parking requirements for all residential projects near public transit. That can be significant for Campbell. The VTA reorganization bill by Berman has been made into a 2-year bill. More conversations are required for that. And Silicon Valley Clean Energy has issued another contract for 177 megawatts of clean energy. The community resilience funding has been extended for another year. So rather than being 2022, it is now 2023. And the EV charging pilot program has expanded to the full-scale program. And as mentioned, let's see, during the eHub is currently promoting the paid digital and social ads to increase awareness of resources for our customers. The amount of unpaid utility bills is enormous and includes water bills, electrical bills, gas bills. There's another one. Anyway, all utilities, people are behind millions and millions of dollars. So we have on the eHub a video of how people can find ways through the state programs to get a reduction in your energy bills. One of them is if you keep a payment plan for 12 months, for every month you pay in full, you get a month relief. You do not have to pay the bill from 12 months prior. There's some excellent funding programs out there to help people get back on their feet after the pandemic. So I hope everyone can help people they know who might need this kind of help. And Councilmember Lopez, your hand is still up.
Thank you. I just want to mention briefly a couple of upcoming meetings that might be of interest to the community that were mentioned at the beginning. I'm looking forward to attending the City Association event this week. Let's Talk About Race should be a very interesting discussion. And also our museum's doing a very interesting discussion on the history of Moffett Field that I saw is getting a lot of interest from our friends in Mountain View and Sunnyvale. So it's fun to see them doing something that's of regional interest and should be a really worthwhile event as well.
Thank you for those. And I would say that ABAG had its meeting a few weeks ago, and they have published the fact that the State Community and Housing Development Department has approved the RENA methodology. So our numbers are now set. That's an official. And there's an annual meeting for ABAG where every city sends their representative, and then that will be Councilmember Lopez attending on that annual meeting. And then I've also been having meetings with Supervisor Ellenberg on general topics, not the least of which is homelessness. So with that, if there's nothing else, I believe I can adjourn the meeting to the study session on the budget. If that's the proper language. Okay.
That is appropriate, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned, and we will take 2 minutes to open, and the link stays the same. Thank you, everyone. We will reconvene the study session of the City of Campbell Council on the draft 2021 fiscal year 2021 budget. And I do take note that this is a draft. This is for discussion. And the comments from tonight, plus the public hearing of Thursday, will be reviewed by staff, and the June 1st presentation will incorporate comments from council tonight, and there'll be a memo about the public comment from Thursday night for discussion with the council to be incorporated as determined on June 1st. And the meeting now is in the process of having council members comment on the individual department work plans and budgets. And after that, we will move to a discussion of the CIP projects, which will be preceded by a brief presentation from staff. We want to conclude the meeting to make sure we've answered all the questions that staff has been asking us this evening. I will do my best to do a recap, and then we'll do a next step. So with that, are there any council members who have outstanding questions about the material that was presented earlier this evening? Councilmember Lopez.
I was curious to hear more from the city manager about the assistant city manager position and the latest thinking behind that position and yeah, just the strategy going forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. As I've kind of discussed individually with council members, this concept is that we're really trying to achieve two different things. One is create some succession planning in my department. So there's a true number two when I'm on vacation or unable to be at work. But more than that, I think what we're trying to do is find a meaningful way to get the amount of work that we have in my department done. A lot of my time is taken with day-to-day issues that are important and they need to be dealt with. But they could be taken on some of those day-to-day things with an ACM and a person with that right ability. Previously, we had a deputy city manager position. That position was not a director level, but the ACM that's being proposed would be a director level. This would be someone with the qualifications and the respect of department heads, perhaps someone that has served in a department head role previously, that would have the ability to take on some of the day-to-day management and working with some of the department heads, covering one-on-one meetings and daily issues, keeping me informed on those. But we would take some heavy workload off me on those day-to-day things in public works, perhaps in community development, perhaps. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's some additional needs that we have in the city. I don't know this role will solve those completely, but certainly will help address them, both in the PIO role. The deputy manager did technically serve as the city's PIO, and I would like to replace that, someone that has the skills and the training to serve in that. And that's not just a title, that there's some emergency service responsibilities that person would have to serve in and have proper training. So in a disaster, we would rely on that person as our city PIO, not the communication person that we have in PD now. The ACM would take on that role. And then the other piece of that is the social media presence. Perhaps not taking on all of the labor to do those social media posts, but someone to manage the city side of that and manage website postings and some of the issues we heard here tonight. It may be that we have to take on some additional part-time staff to do postings and do some of the work of that, but the ACM role would help manage that PIO role, certainly in that capacity, and help manage any additional staff members we take on in that role.
Sorry, I just want to clarify something you said. Are you saying the assistant city manager would incorporate PIO duties or oversee an eventual PIO?
I'm sorry, make sure it's clear that the ACM, the assistant city manager would, if we get the right person, serve in the PIO role. They would have that title. The deputy city manager have that title. And I would expect that the assistant city manager would also have that title, and we would look for someone with those skills in the recruitment.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry?
I just follow up on that. In the document, it says this person wouldn't be hired till 9/1, but earlier in the conversation, you said you are going to move that one up.
Yeah, we have to create the job spec, get that approved by the council, and then begin the recruitment. I don't think I would wait. We certainly wouldn't wait to do all that groundwork. We would do that and get moving with the hope to have them in place by September. I would imagine that perhaps we could accelerate that, and I'll look at that between now and the June 1st budget revision to see if that date is moved up. We'll reflect that in the revisions.
I just continue to encourage you to fill this position as much as possible. You need a right-hand man, woman, left-hand woman, or a right-hand man. But you are getting pulled in a lot of directions, and it would be very helpful for you and the city to have that position filled sooner than later. I have another comment. I think there were a couple other positions that you're rewriting the job specs on. The HR, I think one of the engineers, and then the economic development, right?
I think it was Measure O, Economic Development, and HR.
HR is not being rewritten. That's remaining as an HR manager. But you are correct in that we are rewriting the senior engineering tech. We're creating that position. And the other you mentioned, I'm sorry, was the
economic development.
Yeah, and that's a discussion we're having here this evening tonight with the council, is the vision for that position, but that very well likely may be a rewrite of that job spec as well.
Okay.
So I would suggest that has to go on the work plan. Vice Mayor Reznikov.
Yeah, just to comment on the economic development. I think it will be rewritten, but I think there needs to be some discussion first. Brian, have you considered, with regard to the HR manager, continuing to outsource the negotiation portion of that job, the labor unit negotiation portion? And if so, how does that change the requirements of what you need in that job?
I think ideally we'd bring that role back in. We'd still use the Lieber Casti for technical support and advice. But my vision is the HR manager would take on that role, and I would get someone that was skilled and had the background in negotiations as well. That would be part of our expectation.
Follow up to that, is there an ability for some overlap there, because we have a manager, I think if I'm right, with essentially 2 employees. I recognize there's a lot of work because there's issues for all employees. I get that, but it's a management position with a minimal number of direct reports. Is there any other efficiencies that can be done there?
I think there's going to be the demand there, just as we bring employees back. There's a lot of that internal support that position provides to other departments, and I think the directors that are on this call would support that. There's many times they're in the HR manager's office getting support. And I think that takes more time than one would expect to work through those issues. And then our staff that's currently serving in the acting role would transition back. If not in the manager role, they would transition back into serving in recruiting and some of the other things that we haven't been doing this year that we'll pick back up.
Councilmember Lopez, your hand is still up.
I can let Councilmember Bybee go since I've had my turn. I do have a couple more.
Yeah, sorry, I don't always see yours next to the star. Sorry.
I was just going to follow up on Vice Mayor Resnikoff's comments about the Liebert Cassidy involvement in the negotiations. And I think that's a benefit and a plus for our city to have the ability to bring them into the bargaining discussion. They would serve as a neutral entity really to bargain on behalf of the city. Whereas, you know, when you have your manager in there, he or she is negotiating on the best interest of the city, but also looking out for employee benefits as well. So I think having a neutral person in there would be of benefit to the city in the future.
I would agree with that.
Councilmember Lopez.
Just a clarification, Brian. So is the economic development position shown here in this draft budget, does that reflect the subcommittee discussion to have that be a contracted position and you know, reflect that what would be budgeted for that, or you know, is that figure going to change? Where are we on that?
Yeah, so what I've reflected in the proposed budget is just simply the structure of that position being moved into my department. I haven't shown what it would look like with contract and what that funding would be. That's part of the discussion. I want to get some direction from the council of where you would see that responsibility and the level of city commitment to that position, of what that would be. And I could come up with a proposal based on council direction, but this doesn't reflect that.
Okay, thank you.
So there's several places in the draft here that are, I'm going to call placeholders. There are feedback that staff is still working through a couple of things, and this was one where I considered it a placeholder. At least that was my understanding from conversations. I would one say that that position, I think we really need to look at the budget for that position, because the community development director was assigned 25 or 50% of his time to that role. So that should be recognized in some fashion, just to have a track record of understanding and some of the budgets that went along with that. So maybe not discussed in detail now, but not to be lost as that conversation goes forward. Okay, I've got, sorry. I would like to emphasize that sorry, I'm looking for something that I had before we took a break, that the communication and the webpage and the social media is not a minor role. We've had a lot of glitches this past year with not being able to get information out or in a timely manner. And we talked a lot about the fact that that's been a problem. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'd also like to say that I think Liebert Cassidy really is the right structure to do our contract negotiations. We've had challenges, and the outside independent voice has been serving us very well, and has in the past, when they've come in, helped us a lot. So I liked, just for feedback, I liked your original proposal for reorganizing your office, where you were going to hire an assistant city manager is at a lower rank than a deputy city manager. Okay, in Campbell's past, that was the case. The assistant city manager was a lower rank than a deputy city manager. So you're saying that that's a higher ranking role. Okay, so going forward, you had some discussions with that role being able to do HR and assistant city manager roles, and then maybe leveraging another analyst or some kind of position. And I thought that made a lot of sense. So, and I do support that, because I think Liebert Cassidy is a good approach on the negotiation position. So we haven't had a chance to talk a lot about this, but you're getting some feedback. I just say you're getting some feedback that the Lever Cassidy approach for labor negotiations is a good approach. And we do have more labor negotiations coming forward. And sorry, I just have to find my notes and I have no idea where they went. Sorry, apologize. I've got all my notes written out and I've got too many pieces of paper here. All right, I'll move on and I'll find them because there they are. I closed the book on them, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to make my comments kind of general, covering a whole range of things, and then I can go by various departments if we think that's appropriate. So I know staff has worked very hard on the budget, and all of us have spent time reviewing it and working through it, and I appreciate the time staff has spent with me answering my questions. I have gone through this and looked at it as how it's organized as a document. So I looked at the assumptions first, and the economic forecast is from the same sources that we used last year. And we ended up with a 7.6 mid-year deficit. So I'm concerned. I did watch a presentation that the finance director suggested today. And the picture they're presenting is somewhat rosy. I don't deny that, but I am concerned. We learned some tough lessons last year about having optimistic projections. So I'll offer these. I think we really need, and I know staff did a lot of work and I read through the introductory stuff, but I was looking for something that clearly said, these are the systemic problems that we found. And these are the lessons learned, so that when we prepared this budget, we've understood what our risks were going forward, and this is how we resolved them. So I asked earlier with that diagram of the bar chart, and I said, realizing it shows that we're have what do you call it, surplus. I pointed out that we only have a surplus because of the ARP money. We are still nearly $4 million, $3.5 million below our revenue. We're not living to our normal revenue. And I said, okay, what's missing? And we know now we lost RDA property tax because of a court case, and it's around $700,000. We lost interest income, and I found a place where it said $1 million. We lost TOT of $2.8 million in the current budget. The sales tax is anybody's guess, but they're projecting a 9.5 increase over the 2021 adopted budget. This budget has no furloughs in it. It has none of that deferred compensation that Will talked about having to go into the finance budget. That's $550,000. We're going to have lower franchise taxes, construction taxes, and the phasing in of permit application and construction applications for the large projects is going to be slow. It's going to come, but it's going to be sequential, not lickety split. So to me, the economy, the economic recovery, and all the money that we know we are no longer accessing in this budget hasn't really been addressed. We've just backfilled it with the ARP. And I know other council members feel that it's okay to do that, but I'm hoping that by identifying all the things that have changed that aren't going to change in the future, that's a concern to me. I did confirm that the 3 odd million that we took out of reserves in 2020, in the closing 2020 budget, we're repaying the 700,000 that's expected to be a surplus in the 2021 budget, which is good. But we still, as you saw from the diagram, are going to be below our target amounts for our reserves. That's a concern to me. I think other things that are missing that we're going to have trouble finding the money for in 3 months or 6 months. I'm concerned about ending up next January the way we ended up this January. That $7.6 million deficit was a humdinger of a shock, and it was painful to solve it, and we only got out of it because of the ARP money. So I'd like us not to be so dependent to use the ARP money to get out of it now, never mind when next January comes around. We've left no money aside for community financial needs, businesses or housing. If I read the report right, we've left no money aside for labor negotiations. We've not done any money for reopening the impact of the city services. In the work plans, there's a lot of discussion going on at the city manager office about the housing element because they're reconsidering the scope of that. I talked about the communication and PIO. The traffic calming, they only put $12,000 back in it. It's a total of $38,000. I thought we were talking more like $60,000. There's a huge community need for traffic control. And I thought council had said to make it $60,000. And the other one that we talk about a lot is some things just happen, and the council is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. When we say the community needs help with, I don't know, a new park or something, or making things a dog park. Every time something comes up that we're not prepared for, staff says, well, if you want us to do that, we can't do this. And then it gets into a he said, she said kind of debate. And I'd like some confidence that not everything that we don't have written out on these work plans is going to be a problem for staff to do the work that's needed on the day-to-day activity of the city. I feel like the budget is so tight that flexibility that any organization needs isn't here. I mean, on one we talked about was water. We're likely going to need to have a discussion on water conservation. That's not in the work plans anyplace, but that's likely to come up this summer. So to me, I feel like the money is too tight, and I really don't see a lot of lessons learned and understanding of strategic problems. There's confidence that the world will look better. There's a whole lot of this budget based on the world will look better and things are coming back fast. I simply say that Campbell is a city of small businesses, and we don't follow the GDP business track. And we need our businesses to come back, and we've lost a lot of small businesses. So I think the budget is too tight. I really feel we should not be spending all of the ARP money in this budget. There's too much that I think we haven't really taken to heart about what's changing. So I offer you my concerns. I have given staff some questions, and I hope that they'll take a sincere look at them to make sure that they're covered appropriately. I don't want to waste, I don't want to spend the rest of council's time, but I would ask that we need more flexibility, more cushion, and I just don't think we should be spending everything, because our reserves are already spent down. We're not replenishing them, and we're using all the ARP money. And we've got all these other revenue sources we're no longer going to have that were used in the past budgets. So I'd like feedback from council members to see if we can ask staff to tighten their belts and take a look at some things that, because we're just going back to where we were. And that doesn't feel right to me. Vice Mayor Resnikoff, you have your hand raised.
Yep. Thank you. So I'm probably not surprised to disagree with some of that. The basic premise to start with, that we've exposed all these systemic problems. That indicates that there are underlying problems that were going to undermine the city's finances, regardless of what happened. But we know what happened. COVID happened. So COVID took away sales tax. COVID took away TOT. COVID closed businesses. COVID destroyed a lot of things, and that's not a systemic problem. That's something that couldn't be foreseen. I take the approach that it is absolutely appropriate to apply every dollar of ARP funds, specifically because government actions, whether you agree with them or not, of shutdowns and distancing and things like that, created the situation in which we lost sales tax, TOT, et cetera. The government came back and is providing us essentially with ARP funds that almost match one-to-one what we lost to what they gave us, whether that's some intentional formula or we're lucky, but government essentially took away, government gave back. This isn't a case where mismanagement cost us something, mismanagement of our investments cost us something, something we should have foreseen cost us something. I think the ARP funds are appropriate use to get back to where we need to be. And the alternative, if you don't use them, is going more to reserves, which I don't think is appropriate. These ARP funds are restricted. They're restricted in how you can use them, and they're restricted in the time frame in which you can use them. So it would make no sense to hold those and use reserves, which are unrestricted, and then for the most part. And the other alternative is to reduce costs elsewhere. And I haven't heard good suggestions of what to reduce. I'm not in favor of putting that on the labor side. In fact, to me, kudos to staff. I don't know, city manager, I assume you're there. I don't see your picture, but kudos to staff because we went through the mid-year on without reducing, labor, without drawing down more reserves. I think that's a good thing. I think you did your job. So I don't think there are systemic problems. I think that doesn't mean that we don't have problems hoping that sales tax come back at the right rate and TOT comes back at the right rate. And those we're dependent on those things coming back, as is everybody. But I certainly don't think we have underlying causes that caused us to lose this money. I think the ARP funds are the proper use for that. And I'll just add in something else. I mean, we can always find other things to fund. Traffic calming, for example, if I'm not mistaken, and Director Capurso, if you're there, you can comment on this. I think that some of the complaints we got were not funding related. They were because residents requested traffic calming and frankly didn't meet the criteria. But that us turning down requests is never going to be received well. And I think we do have more money in it, but not until 22. Not 21, but 22, 23. But Director Capurso, have we not done any programs in traffic calming because we didn't have enough funds in the budget?
We have not run out of the funding that we were initially given by council, where we typically, which was 50,000 a year for a 2-year period. So we had 100,000 that we rolled over several years, and that's where we still have the 12,000 left. Where we typically do not move forward with the traffic calming project, it's for one of two primary reasons. A, there is not support there from the neighborhood. So as the policy reads now, this is not something that can be driven by one person or even by a couple people. There are requirements in terms of petition, neighborhood vote. Right. So a few of them have just not come through because of that. And then secondly, we have had a few streets that either have not qualified, or in one case particular, the neighborhood voted down the proposal that was brought forward, and we went with an alternate solution anyway. So we do have a good example of that out on Christopher Avenue, just off of West Campbell Avenue. But we have not expended all of the traffic calming money. And just to put a point on talking about how much we have added back to the CIP, which you'll hear more about later on, we did increase it back to 50,000 in fiscal year 22 and another 50,000 in fiscal year 23. So there will be another $100,000 for traffic calming over the next 2 years.
But you're not changing the criteria.
We are not.
So some projects are not going to get approved.
That is probably true.
Okay, so
If I may, I will stand corrected. The line item I looked at said $38,000, so I may have looked at the wrong item.
What you saw on the slide was the proposal for fiscal year 22. If you look at the complete draft CIP, you will see another 50,000 in fiscal year 23.
okay, but I don't think that we can argue that that's been a limiting factor money-wise. I know others want to talk. I'll make one other comment. I mean, I'm generally pleased. We can't guarantee when things are going to come back. Certainly, the economy, frankly, as far as restrictions, seems to be moving faster than I would have believed. I'll say overall, Brian, I think it's good. Let me throw a thank you to Acting Director Bissell, if you're still there, because I appreciate that you commented earlier that you get the message about expense recovery and full recovery. I know you have areas where you can't do that, right? You can't recover from an expense center like senior meals. I was pleased to see the pool is very close, and I think with lanes opening up, you can actually make that full recovery, which is great. So thank you for that and getting that message. And I know you have a juggling act to do. All I ask is that on the programs that we're losing money on, see where you might fund that with some other programs, or where you might at least reduce some of the deficit, because that usually has to come from somewhere else. But I thank you because we've had some good conversations and you're responding to the direction. I know it doesn't happen overnight, but generally, Brian, I'm okay. I don't think there are systemic problems, and I think that I absolutely support the ARP funds being used as they are. Thanks.
Let's see, Councilmember Lopez and then Councilmember Landry.
Yeah, I want to give my kudos to staff, and I was going to bring up the Recreation Department as well in particular, because I think in fairness to staff, I think there is responsiveness and a rethinking, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness behind the presentation that you put forward, and in terms of rethinking and how to be more nimble and more flexible. I agree with a lot of what the Vice Mayor said. I do think there's room here and there to offer, further impact to departments on ways that we can improve even better and be more responsive. I think there's room here and there to think of how we're making best use of these funds, and I'm open to hearing ideas, but I wouldn't support at this point just having the ARP money go into reserves, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, so Mayor, I'm not assuming that was what you're suggesting, but just because that was brought up by the Vice Mayor. I think just as the COVID pandemic was a black swan event, it's one that by its nature you don't foresee. And as much as it's, we want to correct and we do want to take lessons forth, I'm not dismissing that at all. But I think it's also a mistake to overcorrect and assume that you can predict that the same thing would happen again. I think we do have reserves right now at appropriate levels. I support, of course, building them back up as we're able to. But I think we're above accepted professional standards and are going to continue to do so. And as economic activity picks up, I think that's where we have room to grow that. And that's really where, for me, I think we need to, I'd love to have some discussion, share ideas about how to do that and help our city, because I do think that's where we have room to grow, is in doing what we can to take advantage of the economic recovery and opening back up that we're already seeing. I think the discussion and the ideas we've heard from the subcommittee on what we do with the economic development position is an important part of that. And, let's do what we can to really be leaders here in our region, helping our businesses recover. One thing that's been clear is that we don't even know the full impact of what it's been, because the data is so hard to collect. So I really believe that needs to be a focus, as other council members have said as well. And then really be creative about what we can do, and maybe use future surpluses if we have them to help that direction along as well. I do think that if there is going to be one area where there's room for systemic correction, it is in TOT, which as others have said, and I think that the vice mayor is right, rightly pointed out in the past will be, that the mayor will be slow to recover. But I do think, it is my understanding that Director Fuentes has taken those considerations and made those projections a little bit more conservative, which I think is a step in the right direction. I think there's room for feedback if people disagree on that, but I think to say that we're not taking that into consideration or revising or trying to take lessons learned, I do think staff has really taken a hard look at that. And I think really growing our economic activity to the extent that we can is where we can hopefully make up for some of that TOT. But I'm always open to good ideas and welcome the discussion around those.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry, and then
I
Councilmember.
thought
Biden.
Ann was next.
She doesn't have her hand up. Did you want to say something?
Oh, okay. I don't have my hand up, but that's
Yes.
okay. All right. So I'm somewhere between the mayor and the vice mayor. The comment was made that we made it through last year with our $7 million budget deficit, but we used 3.5 million of the ARC money to make our having no rifts or no layoffs. And so I'm concerned moving forward that our budget is very tight. And even though it shows a little bit of surplus, I can't help but think it's not going to be that rosy. We did lose a tremendous amount of businesses. And I was hoping some money from ARC could be going somehow to helping businesses recover. That's not anywhere in the information provided. I do feel that the economic development department division person, we need heavy, big guns now. We need somebody to really give a bigger picture, someone who has very regional experience, and having a potential staff and a consultant. I'm up for that, but we need big guns, and I'm afraid that without that, we are not going to be serving our business community and our residents by having economic recovery. And the quicker we can get there, the more sales tax we get, the more TOT tax we get, and everything else. So I do support that, going out and bringing in a consultant sooner than later. I have comments that are going to kind of go into the CIP. So I would want to wait. I have some staff comments as it relates to the CIP for later.
Okay, if you'd hold those thoughts, then thank you. Councilmember Bybee.
So I believe the staff has been responsive to, the many directions that we've asked them to follow up on our programs and services. I'm I would use the term surplus with caution, because I don't really believe that we have a surplus. If it wasn't without the ARP money, we would be in a real world of hurt here. So I would use that term very loosely. I do think we have a systemic problem going forward that really we need to be proceeding with caution on. I feel that the supplies and services and that should be maintained at a status quo level, that we shouldn't be increasing, providing any increases in supplies and services for this next fiscal year. It's all of a sudden, I don't want the floodgates to open up and, oh, we're in a more positive picture. Let's, go spend here. Let's do this. I think we need to maintain what we've been doing, because we've gotten here and with reductions in supplies and services and being very fiscally responsible. I appreciate that staff has evaluated their programs and services. They, what I've seen tonight is that they've looked at their delivery model and come up with some somewhat creative ways to make some reductions, especially in recreation. I like the idea that Public Works is looking at the cross training and trying to create efficiencies there with their teams. The online business program, I think, is long overdue for our city, and I think that's going to be a benefit to the city. But we still need to maintain the status quo and be cautious, even though the picture is somewhat optimistic at this point. And I guess from my experience in having been through this several times with the city in downturns and trying to come up with reductions and trying to balance a budget, we always look at, well, where can we cut? What can we do? Well, without the council being specific to say, let's cut this program, we can't afford that. It's challenging for the staff to read our minds or come up with things without that direction. And I know that we've always kind of danced around programs and services that aren't full cost recovery, and whether or not we should be providing those services, and they do cost the city money. But unless we're willing to say, well, let's reduce that service or let's eliminate that, we can't expect staff to come back with that level. I just don't think we can put staff in that position to say, well, we're going to cut this without council direction on it. And I think that's part of the issue here, is that we dance around this, every 10 years when we have a downturn. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Bybee. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I want to put forth an idea, and Brian, I'd welcome your input on this to the extent that you've considered it this year in the past, but I'd be interested in exploring the idea of bringing on a position, and I'm really open-minded on this, but potentially part-time. I'm not sure which department could be. I could think of a number of ones, but to focus on grants. And what got me thinking was Natasha's comment that we're still pursuing the museum funding, or I'm sorry, the theater funding. Last I looked at that was on the scale, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but about a few $100,000 potentially. I know it's not a certain thing by any means, but would potentially, if we get that, have a significant impact to our budget. So these margins that we're thinking with. Let's make it a position that can fund itself. There's a lot of availability right now. Build that into the budget and see how it does, especially right now. And I think with some of the ideas that we're thinking about with economic recovery, could potentially have a significant impact and alleviate pressure in other places of the budget. So just an idea put out there. Welcome any thoughts by the city manager or anyone.
Just briefly, thank you, Councilmember Lopez, and you know, I'm open to the concept. We've talked a little bit about this in the past. I've certainly given some thought, and it's one of those things where you have to spend money to get money, and we didn't really show the revenue projections for that position. I'm more than open to consider it. I think you're right. Structured the right way, it's probably going to pay for itself in the grants that you get back, and that's something we can explore more. And speak to a little bit more of what that would look like when we bring back the introduction on June 1st, if the council's interested.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will toss out a crazy idea, which is that we have a reserve for our PERS, right? We have $2.5 million in our PERS reserve. We could use that to pay down our PERS accounts now for $1 million or something, and then have $1 million of the ARP left to put into our general reserves, because that money won't be usable for another year because it's designated. So I'm just trying to find a way for flexibility. And we did talk early on about systemic problems and how we can go about them. And I think I've said, I know staff has worked hard. But we, as Councilmember Bybee said, council has to work hard to help prepare the city for this coming year and the years following. So I'll go through my list and see if we've got direction from council on some of these questions. Let's see if I can find on my list. Too many pieces of paper tonight, sorry. So, yeah, there it is. Questions from the staff has asked us. So we've given feedback on economic development. I think the majority is to move the economic development to the city manager's office. What that means will require a discussion by council. And that would be an added item on your work plan, I think. Under recreation, they asked about senior food service having the $25,000 ad. Does anyone have a problem with that? Okay, that looks good. They talked about cost recovery and staffing as things ramp up. That seemed to be okay. Then the theater contract we said was June 1st. So everyone has a copy of the proposed modifications. So we can be prepared to discuss that with the city manager. Let's see, finance. Finance was asking for one thing, which was doing a revenue source proposal in the fall. Staff wants to have a discussion with council with revenue on new revenue sources. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay. And the new business license program, I think there was consensus on that. Okay. All right. Community development, I think we will, a couple of questions. We had to make sure that, this is me speaking, we have to make sure that the language about the ADU is clear. The city manager said something and the city attorney said something. The ADU has two different programs. There's the amnesty program, which the city manager defined as a land use issue if necessary. It's not amnesty from building. And then the second one was refining the language of the ADU. It's not ADUs being short-term rentals. It's any short-term rental opportunity to apply TOT. One thing that I don't think I mentioned was the online permitting process needs some help. And there wasn't a lot of information in the proposal about the building department. I don't think that that's as robust as it needs to be. That's my comment. See, city attorney, I don't think he had any questions. Captain Berg, he asked the question about not budgeting crossing guards, and I think Councilman Vice Mayor Resnikoff said that that was around $100,000. I think that's what the chief said. Would people like to fund the crossing guard program? Yes. Okay, and Councilwoman Landry and then Councilmember Lopez.
The conversation was about 107,000 in 2020 for crossing guards. And with school coming back online next year, if nothing else, I think in the beginning, we might want crossing guards. So I don't know if we need to give a whole 100,000 or but half, but also CERT. We had talked about 5 to 10,000 for CERT.
Gotten through my list yet, Susan.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry. Your list is long. I have to go grab my power cord. I'm still listening, but I have to charge my iPad here. For some reason, it draws down too fast.
Right. And I would just like to add to your comment that people have been speeding. I think the risk and need for crossing guards has always been significant. The chief's there, and I think that they serve an important purpose. Councilmember Lopez, you had your hand up first, and then Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Yeah, I'd support that as well. I think because of the way in which school is coming back, there, staggered in some places or on certain days, it potentially may not need to be as much. But I was just reading this morning about how as we all get back and there's more people on the roads, we're not as used to driving, and there's a higher rate of accidents right now than there was pre-pandemic, and so that is a serious concern for me. And I think that the community would support the need for that.
Yeah, I spoke with Superintendent Going this morning. She's retiring, and she said 3 children were hit in the last week in her area. Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree that with Councilmember Lopez. I suspect the amount is less because of the staggering of students going back, and some of my neighbors' kids are for 2 days and then off for 3. But the other piece of this is, we brought this up before. I've never understood why the entire budget resides on PD. The school district, I think, should be sharing in this cost. I don't know if that falls on the city manager or the chief of police to have those conversations, but I've never understood why there isn't a shared cost on this with the schools. I know in the past they've refused to do it, but I think it's a conversation we should have again.
Thank you. And Chief Berg.
Looks like Councilmember Lopez had his hand up.
Just a quick thought. I also wonder if with some of the schools that maybe overlap city boundaries, if that could be a conversation. I'm not sure if that's been done in the past, but I think some of our neighbors will at least be open to entertaining that.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. There are some school districts that cover 6 different cities. Is that what you're getting at?
Just for the ones that do, if the cost can be shared rather than borne entirely by Campbell.
Thank you. Chief Berg.
Yeah, so in answer to that question, there's actually only one school that's not within the Campbell Union School District, and that's the Moreland School District. And we do staff, well, we previously staffed that intersection at Hamilton and Phoenix. But in response to some of the comments, we had previously looked at it, and we can go back and with this guidance, take a better look at our staffing model for the crossing guards. We could potentially reduce the number of crossing guards, but still have that presence at the schools. There's certain areas within the city that aren't right in front of the schools that may not rise to the top of the level unless council wants to go back to the full staffing model that we had prior to the pandemic.
Well, might you take a look at that between now and June 1st, and then maybe have a couple of conversations? The new superintendent for Moreland starts, I think, a week from Monday, maybe 2 weeks from Monday.
And to the Vice Mayor's point, I have had conversations with Dr. Viramontes in the Campbell Union School District about this topic pre-pandemic, but in the next week or two before June 1st, we can revisit that conversation and see if that's something that they're open to.
That'd be good. Vice Mayor Rosenkopf.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. Maybe I misunderstood what Councilmember Lopez was saying. I don't think, Chief, he meant just a school that is not physically in Campbell. I was thinking of students that are not in Campbell that are going to schools in Campbell. So for example, Rosemary pulling from Cadillac and Impala and the Eden area, that goes into San Jose and maybe even down Milledge a little bit. So we have San Jose and potentially, I don't know if there are Saratoga, maybe Los Gatos people going to a Fisher, for example, that are coming from different cities. Perhaps those cities can support the safety measures that are protecting their own residents' children.
That's we could absolutely.
From what Councilmember Lopez is asking.
Yeah, we can absolutely ask that question.
Yeah, I think it's worth pursuing anyway, because we certainly are pulling students in from multiple cities into Campbell School.
I have a question.
Thanks for the clarification.
I have a question
Councilwoman
for the
Landry.
chief.
Councilwoman
Yeah.
Landry.
Sorry. Chief, did we provide crossing guards to get to Westmont and those schools over there?
We don't have any, Westmont's in San Jose jurisdiction. We don't have any crossing guards specific to Westmont, but we do have some over in the Harriet McCoy area for some of the elementary schools, Capri and Forest Hill over there.
But those schools are not in Campbell, right? The Capri's not,
The Capri and Forest Hill are in Campbell.
they're
Yes.
still in Campbell. Okay.
Okay.
So I would
so that-
support half the money, at least for now, the 50,000.
I'm waiting to find out what we find out. So, but I think there's support for providing, to answer your question, there's support for providing crossing guards. However, that looks to you and the city manager between now and June 1st to see what we might do. That makes sense to everybody? Okay, okay. You asked for an emergency manager position. Could you explain that a little bit more, Chief Berg?
Let me take this, Chief, if you would. So there was mention of emergency, there's not a proposal in this budget for that. That's something that we're exploring. And I'll bet with, in discussions with individual council members between now and June. But we're looking at better ways to provide that emergency service manager position, whether that resides in PD or elsewhere. There's a follow-up discussion I was going to have with each council member in anticipation of the June budget.
Okay. I will send you an update from the CERT board on their funding situation. I do know that this past year they lucked into a special grant program, but I believe it ends. So we'll make sure you get the updated information from the CERT board so you can get that.
And since the beginning of the meeting prior to 7:30, I done a little bit of research and coordinated with the city manager and the finance director. And I think we'll be able to incorporate the $5,000 back into the budget, even though we have had those conversations with CERT and Aries, and we are doing the coordination. But I think, as was stated, for such a minimal amount of money, I think we can incorporate that fairly easily and have those funds available.
Right, I know that the seed money from the city has helped make matching grants money from different organizations a much easier sell, as you will, for grants. Councilmember Lopez, they leverage it. Okay. Let's see, Public Works. Public Works. Did they have any asks? City manager, did Public Works have any asks?
I believe we're good on Public Works.
I'm sorry?
I think we're okay on Public Works.
Okay, so did we answer, the first thing is, did we answer all of the questions you needed answered?
I believe so. I think we're good, and I appreciate the council's time and dedication to the budget.
Okay. Okey-dokey. All right, so now I think it is appropriate to go into so let me backtrack one more thing for consensus. I gather I'm the only one who is concerned about the budget as presented. And please know, I did not say that staff didn't work hard and that efforts weren't made. I'm clearly saying that I have a concern about the optimism around the revenue projections. And I am concerned about ending up in January of next year with a shortfall. So I don't think I have any support for that. Councilwoman Landry has some support for that.
Oh, and I go with what Ann was saying about right now the budget shows increasing services and supplies. And I see that goes to your concern about being overly optimistic. And maybe we can hear more from Ann, but I'm just really concerned. We were in this place last year, and next thing you know, we're $7 million short. And then we were getting ready we were a week away from talking about layoffs, and all of a sudden we get 3.5 million. Okay, now we're sitting pretty. Well, it didn't equate last year. And I do hear lots of people talking about we're going to have the roaring 20s. Things are going to go like gangbusters. Yeah, but we also had the crash in 29. So, where's the balance? So I do think it's a little overly optimistic. I know staff has spent a tremendous amount of time on this, and city manager, finance, every department head. I certainly appreciate all the work effort, but I still think it's a little overly optimistic.
And I would just clarify my comment. I appreciate all the effort and research staff has done to come up with the projections. I just fall back on the fact that council has a fiduciary responsibility that's different than staff. We're here to listen to staff and take their information and make our best judgment. And my judgment is that it's a little too optimistic. Councilmember Lopez and then city manager.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be blasé. I don't think it's, I wouldn't say that I'm not concerned about the budget. I do think, it's going to require creativity and work to get us to where we want. And I want to bring out that discussion. And also, not necessarily assuming that we're going to see the roaring 20s. I don't want to just dismiss the work that it'll take to get ahead, but don't necessarily I agree with some of the prescription. I will say that I actually am open. I hadn't considered it, but your idea of potentially using the PERS fund, I think that may be an interesting discussion. I'd have to give it some more thought, but I think it's an interesting idea.
Thank you, city manager Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just really quickly, I wanted to reiterate, hearing the concerns that staff absolutely takes those concerns to heart. And I think in our best opinion that this budget approaches those issues and deals with it in a conservative fashion. I did want to highlight that there was a comment made a few minutes ago that supplies and services are coming back and increasing. I wanted to point out overall supplies and services is down 0.5% overall. And that's down 0.5% from where we were last year with extreme cuts to supplies and services. So I wanted to highlight the fact that not only are we maintaining status of where we were last year, but we're actually slightly reducing those supplies and services. And I want you to know that we are definitely looking at taking the conservative approach when there's alternatives in trying to be prudent in what we recommend to you. And we will continue to do that.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight some of the comments that I gave the city manager were things like checking to make sure there's a budget for the planning commissioners to go to their training. That was really important from the council, and that continues to be important. So that needed to be in the budget, and it looked like it wasn't. So we wanted to be sure that type of thing didn't get overlooked. So there are things that we know staff has to take another pass at. Okay. Am I giving you enough questions and answers, big picture? Okay. All right. All right. So we'll go on to the CIP.
So
Now
Madam-
9:30. Sorry, Brian, didn't mean to interrupt. It's 9:30. So CIP.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the CIP, we're going to have Nort Vong, our finance manager, introduce, and that he's going to be supported by Todd Capurso, our public works director, in that presentation.
Thank you, Narit. And Todd.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'll be providing you a quick and brief update on the 5-year capital improvement plan that we have. As you may have noticed, it looked pretty similar to what we presented to you on April 20th and April 28th, with some minor changes per council discussion and direction. Our total fiscal year 22 through fiscal year 2026 CIP amounts to just over $87 million, and that accounts for new capital project requests, that have that are requesting additional appropriations, as well as carryover projects. And of that $87 million, we're projecting to expend just roughly $19 million in year one, which is fiscal year 22. A good portion of that $19 million is Measure O, which is amounting to what we're projecting to be $7.7 million in fiscal year 22. And to provide you just a list of the updates that we made to CIP since the April study sessions, there are 6 changes made in total. The first one was the Community Center C Wing breezeway re-roofing. We moved that project forward over to fiscal year 22 and increased its funding to $70,000. The second change that we made was to traffic calming. Initially in the budget, there was $12,000 allotted to it, which Director Capurso mentioned earlier. We increased its funding by $38,000 in fiscal year 22, and then $50,000 in fiscal year 23. So a total increase of $88,000 plus the $12,000 of carryovers, for a total project budget of $100,000 for the next 2 years. For the Pruneyard Creek Trail extension, we removed the city's contribution of $100,000 that I believe was from the Parks Fund. For the ADA transition plan, we added an additional $50,000 into fiscal year 23 as well as fiscal year 25. And so the ADA transition plan project has a total funding of $250,000. So $50,000 for each of the next 5 years. We also included the police building FF&E, specifically the unfunded portion, into our schedules, which amount to about $2.8 million of unfunded expenditures. And that you can find in our fund summaries as well as our cash flows. And last but not least, we deferred the police mobile data computer replacement 1 year to fiscal year 2023. And at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we also have Director Capurso and the chief as well, if there are any questions for staff.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate what was changed. That was also helpful. Council Member Lopez, Council Member Landry.
Thank you. Does the money for traffic calming assume the same criteria for the program as the current one?
It does at this point. So if we wanted to consider adjusting the criteria, we would need to bring that back to council at some point. So if council wanted us to suspend the program while we did an update, we could do that. Or if the council wanted us to continue and do an update in tandem with that, we could do that as well. So if there is council direction to revise the policy, the thresholds, that is something that we can add to the work plan.
Yeah, and I'll just make the brief comment that I think we probably would need to have that discussion. I'm not opposed to adding more, but I'm not sure it makes sense without having that discussion about the criteria.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, anything else? Okay. Councilwoman Landry?
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at the document that shows the 1 year project summary. And things like the ADA transition plan say 50,000. That's the new budget appropriation. That's not the total dollar in that project, correct?
Correct. That is the amount that will be appropriated in year one, but it's not the total budget of the project.
Because that's what's confusing to me. Because if I go to traffic calming, it says 38,000 for year one, but that's counting, well, we also still have the 12,000 and then we're gonna have another 50. So Todd said 100 and I'm looking at 38 and 50 going, that doesn't need 100. So it would be nice to see, I don't know if you add it to this chart, but a column of what carryover goes so that we can see total dollar for the project. And I'm going to focus in on traffic calming. I do think we need to reevaluate the policy because other than day-to-day kind of complaining, I hear constantly about traffic and the speeding, cutting through my neighborhood. As things ramp back up, a lot of these side streets are going to start being used again. And I would propose that the traffic calming gets divided up by districts. And so that each area, that the money could be spread around and then reevaluate the policy to see what more could potentially qualify. So that would go to the staff work plan. Also, I hear quite a lot that staff is maxed out on time. They've got a lot of work to do. And I appreciate that we are trying to get things done, but we've got Measure O and we don't even have a project manager full time right now on that. And we've got, I don't know, 12 or 14 new CIP projects. And to me, we're kind of spreading things thin from a staff level. Todd, you can kind of clarify if that's the case, but some of these projects, it's like, is waiting a year going to help us to put more time and energy into getting Measure O moving along? And especially as we start going out to bid and things like that.
Yeah, but Measure O is funded separately.
Well, it comes down to people and bodies, staff, full-time employees.
Not necessarily.
Well, that's why I want some clarification.
Is it okay to respond?
Yeah, sure. I was waiting for the city manager.
Okay, I can defer. That's fine. I can defer to the city manager.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'd let Todd respond to that. I think the question's about the workload in the Public Works Department and their ability to take on those CIP projects and continue to make progress on Measure O. Can you speak to that, Todd?
Yes, I can, and I appreciate what you had said earlier in the introduction when we were talking about the vacant positions and the timetable. So I certainly think that that filling the Measure O project manager in a timely manner would help, because like many other things that we've been doing over the last year plus, we've been trying to hold as many positions vacant as possible, and so that really has kind of changed the way we've done business. But I think that filling the positions that we have allocated to do some of these projects, Measure O, notwithstanding, will certainly help. So you saw that in Public Works, we certainly have a plan to fill most of the vacant positions, and there is a stagger to that. And as we get those positions back, particularly the position that we want to fill in the engineering division, which would actually help on things like implementation of the ADA accessibility plan and our work with traffic calming that will be much more community driven. But I'll also add that the fact that we've been able to fill the building maintenance supervisor just in the last few months has provided a tremendous help in the projects that can be managed by our building maintenance shop. And so we're already seeing that the backlog of projects that are done by our in-house staff and managed by our in-house staff, even by outside contractors, they're making a pretty substantial dent in that. And so we feel pretty confident that if we filled the positions as you've seen in the operating budget, that we will make tremendous strides on what you see on the year one projects in the CIP.
Thank you. Good.
I know Vice Mayor Resnikoff is there. Nuri, could you possibly pull up the CIP summary by category graph? It's on page 490 on what we have to make it easier for us to talk about them if you can. Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Thank you. Director Capurso. So my comment is very similar to what Councilmember Lopez opened up with, which is watch that budget carefully, because if it's taken us years to get through 50,000, we might not need to tie up 50,000 in 2023. That being said, I wouldn't support putting it into districts because we have a tough time spending this. I'd hate to see buckets sitting in districts when it can be used elsewhere. I'd like it used wherever it needs to be used. And the last piece of this would be, I'm certainly open to the discussion. I was a big proponent of creating the policy some number of years ago, but we got to be careful about watering it down in the sense of we have $100,000, so let's make the policy such that we can spend it and implement traffic calming. I remember being at community meetings more than once with Chief Carmichael, and Chief Berg may have been there then, and people complaining about speeding on their street. And he used to ask them somewhat tongue in cheek, so who here, raise your hand, does not have speeders on your street? And of course, everybody, said, of course we do. His point was that perception is not always rising to the level of a calming type problem. So I do agree that we should look at it again, but I'm concerned about watering it down to do a self-fulfilling prophecy that we can spend the money we've allocated when maybe we don't have to. There's always somebody unhappy, as you know, when the request is not accepted. And there's always somebody unhappy, by the way, when the request is accepted, similar to the speed humps you just did. Some love them, some hate them, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bybee and then Councilwoman Landry. You're muted, Ann.
I just wanted clarification on the source of funding on the Pruneyard Creek Trail extension. In your presentation, Reed, you said that the funding is private, but in the budget document, it says park fees and private. Has that just not been updated, or I'm looking at the summary page in the CIP?
Yes, you're correct. I should just remove the park fees from that cell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because that project is private funding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry?
Yeah, Todd, how much did the humps on Harriet cost, or the what happened over on Ridgely? Was that the street?
Yeah.
What kind of range and cost are those?
Harriet is not a good model to use, probably because it was part of a larger project. But both East Campbell Avenue and Ridgely are a pretty good model for that. And those projects, in terms of the physical work that was actually done out there, was about 25,000 each. What I was going to add earlier, in that it's not necessarily a a function of the construction dollar, because in reality, what we're funding here is construction dollars. When we do when you see the $100,000, it's there, it's construction dollars. We're not charging any staff time or design to go out and meet with the community and the neighborhood. And, you know, probably rightfully so, because it's a lot about community interaction and meeting with neighborhood groups. But I will say that part is fairly intensive, and a lot of back and forth, a lot of iterations, and it's, as you know, it's difficult to have community meetings, especially lately. So I don't know that even from a logistics perspective that we could do, you know, maybe more than 3 or 4 neighborhoods a year, best case scenario. So it's not as though if you were to quadruple the money, we could go out and do 8 neighborhoods a year. I just don't know how we'd fit that into the resource, without adding another staff person. So part of our thinking here is that if we get if we are able to fill the position in engineering, it would take on more of the programmatic issues. It would be less of a single project manager, like for your prototypical capital project, and would be more of the assignment would be more for things that are programmatic, like traffic calming, the ADA curb ramp program. And so that's where we would use that position. But I do think there would be a kind of a staff limitation on the number of neighborhoods you could have this back and forth with on a traffic calming issue.
So basically, if we had $50,000 next year, we could do 2 projects.
Yes. Two implementations. Now that doesn't mean, I mean, you might you might get petitions and do traffic studies in 4 neighborhoods to find 2 that qualify.
Right. I hear that, but
because not every street is qualified, especially right now. That's as was talked about for things like the crossing guards and a few other issues, you know, about speeding. It's an interesting dynamic now because we're not, as we potentially revisit the policy, we're not likely going to find very many local and collector streets that meet the volume, but you're going to see more speeds because there's less cars out there and people are driving faster. So that might be something that we want to reconsider when we recraft these thresholds is how do you balance that? Because at some point we may come back to normal. And then, as was alluded in some prior comments, if you relax the criteria too far, you could make, you know, 100 streets in the city might meet the criteria. So what you're really trying to do is to take the heavy traffic, the heavier traffic off of the local streets and get it back on the arterials where possible.
right. So that's why I've been asking about how much each little project construction costs.
Yeah.
And I understand about staff time, and they are you probably spend way more on staff time than you do in actual construction just because of the time consuming. But I don't want to water it down completely that every street in Campbell has speed humps, but I think we need to reevaluate volume. The CHP has come out and said the number of accidents is down, but the severity of the accidents have gone up. And so the volume may be down, but the speed is what's more. I mean, I'm here on Kurtner watching people going 50, 60 miles an hour, and UPS truck included. And I know streets over here in Campbell Village, they've wanted to try to do stuff, and then they're being told either they don't meet the criteria or you guys are too busy. So I don't know what the real answer is, but I think we should be keeping the money in traffic calming. I like the fact that it's 50,000 each year, but I do want to reevaluate the policy. And I do like the ADA transition plan, adding money, and the accessibility ramps. You know, that's a big thing for me. I'm just still going back to the comments about staff really having enough time for all this list of projects.
Okay. I'll offer a couple of comments. Nuri, could you clarify? Well, one is you didn't put up the list, but we'll come back to that in a second because we're going to need that if you can find it. You said something about the FF&E Is it a CIP project? Even though it's showing as unfunded, you've lost me on what you were saying. Okay.
Are you able to see my screen, Mayor Gibbons?
Can you enlarge it a little, please?
Yeah, it's hard to read.
How does that look?
Keep going. There you go. And then slide it up.
Okay. Is that looking okay?
A little more. You've got a border on it. The ClearGov border doesn't help. We need to see the whole list. The other way.
The other way.
Oh, the other way. My apologies.
Okay. That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I was referring to, Mayor Gibbons, is this $2.8 million here that was included in our schedules for the unfunded portion of the police facility FF&E.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, that's been added to the schedule, although it shows it being unfunded.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's an identified project. Thank you very much. I think that was an important thing to do. Traffic calming, I think the 50,000 a year is an okay place to be. To be honest with you, I think the issue with communities wanting to have studies has been staff's not been available. So I'm not so thinking that the need needs to change. I think we just need to find a way to be more responsive to the neighborhood questions. It would be helpful if staff could provide some examples of projects like over in Campbell Village that didn't qualify. That would be kind of a helpful indicator to me as if we need to change the criteria because they've got a lot of problems over there clearly with speeders. That's where I'm got a mental question about, is our criteria okay, or is it just staff time? What exactly is causing projects like that not to go forward? I don't know if there's anything we could find out by June 1st, but that would be helpful. Okay. I'm looking at the notes here. I think we need to go through, I'm going to ask each council member to go through the list of the projects. Is that the whole list? I think it's missing. So one of the comments, it would be very helpful. Every time you do this list, it's in a different format. I can't find one project on one line and then go to the next table and find it in the same place. It's totally changed. So there are 3 tables in this report, and none of them line up the same way. So I'm not sure what to say to do about it, but it's very confusing to follow what's going on. Okay, so using this one. One of the important things for the public as well as councilmen to understand, there's a spreadsheet that shows the funding of these over each fiscal year. And that's the CIP summary page. And what I asked for clarification is that when they put this total amount in an annual, it really doesn't explain what's happening. We really need to look at the, let me see if I understood my conversation with staff. The total cost of this officer safety plan is $1.6 million. Yeah, that's more helpful. Thank you. If you can go up to the police one, the officer safety plan, wherever that is. Okay. So on this sheet, it shows the yearly cost. Okay. The total is 1.6. So when you look at the other table and it says the cost is 1.6, and the term is annual, it's really confusing. What it is there's a, I'm going to call it, for lack of a better word, a leasing cost or a new product being brought in that provides these costs. And Chief, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's what I think you explained to me. So yes, we have, I'm going to say, a legal commitment. We sign a contract that you're going to bring in all of these components. And it's over a 5-year period. But the general fund hit for FY22 is $83,000. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so the next question I asked was when it goes up to the 176, and the second report that the Chief Berg provided was helpful because there are some products that we currently have that we're going to phase out. Some of them we're phasing out early at no financial penalty. I'm asking for confirmation of that. And
I wouldn't use the term phase out. We're not getting rid of any equipment. It's just the contracts are being renewed. And Taser, for example, is out of contract. So we would be getting new replacement Tasers, but we're not getting rid of anything.
okay, so let me rephrase what I was aiming to understand is that we're not paying duplicate for things we're no longer using. We're not, changing in mid-contract and doubling up. Everything is covered once. And you get credit for whatever you're not using in an old agreement. Okay, that was very important for me to understand. Thank you. The second important question was that on this particular item, what do I want to say? The question just popped out of my head. The budget and the money and it's a single source. And there are always two issues. One is it's a single source. You provided in your memo the information about the other people and you're talking about beta testing and getting discounts and all of that. I'm a little nervous about being a testing agency on some new products, but we've had bad luck with some of the products that we tried thinking they were the panacea. And now we're saying we don't really think they're the right product anymore. So can you reconfirm or clarify that if this turns out not to be the right, because there's at least what, 5 or 6 different systems that are all going to interconnect with this, right? This company.
So yeah, I guess there's two separate discussions. The second part came up in the memo that you received yesterday. The first part of this officer safety plan are the body worn cameras, the in-car cameras, the holding cell cameras, the tasers, the evidence.com software, that whole suite of products. And that would be a 10-year contract. I think the CIP, the graph you're looking at there, only shows the first 5 years of it. But the $1.6 million is for the entire 10-year contract for all of those projects.
Okay.
And I may have mentioned it before, but with working with Axon, we specifically negotiated that year 1 number to actually be a cost savings from what is currently budgeted, because we knew going into this that there were budget deficits. So we purposely we're looking for a salary for a budget savings in fiscal year 22. So that was part of the thought process on that. The second part of the discussion is the CAD RMS component of it that we just recently got authorization for and received the numbers from Axon yesterday. And that their RMS and CAD system, it is in the beginning phases. There are agencies that are using them. We actually have a schedule for them to come do a presentation, a live hands-on presentation, so that we can see and feel the product. And by moving forward with this, we would have the ability to be a part of what the product actually becomes in the 2 years when we would ultimately receive it, if that's council's desire. But I think the great thing about adding that CAD RMS component, while it is in addition to the funds you see there, that $1.6 million, it actually is a cost savings, because in the chart that you saw in the memo that you were provided, there's actually an immediate cost savings based on the increases we have in the annual maintenance fees for our existing CAD and RMS system, which would be slated to be replaced in fiscal year 28. So while we would be replacing those systems early, we're actually seeing a significant cost savings and all the efficiencies that go with putting the system together so that it all talks to each other. And I think to your point, some of the issues that we've had with our current system has to do with the ability for the system to process reports connected to evidence and CAD and RMS. And I think there's a lot of technical components of that. Whereas with this system, we wouldn't have those issues. They would all be interconnected to begin with. And the added bonus of having it in a cloud-based system where we're not waiting on upgrades from the company and having to do what we're doing right now, which is basically years behind on updates.
So hence the need for the IT person. Okay. All right. Thank you for the memo and additional information. Appreciate that. Okay. And then this is for Nareed, the 550 for partially for the chief, but the 550 for the mobile EOC, that's a carryover. So I don't think it should be on this because it's the same thing as the 38,000 plus the 12. It doesn't show 50. I don't think that should be on here.
On this
This isn't a
schedule,
carryover.
on this schedule, Mayor, we actually include the carryovers on the first column of the figures.
All right, we keep changing this, but it's very confusing because the carryovers have already been funded.
Yeah, so let me clarify, Madam Mayor, if I may. These charts here don't show you how it's being funded. This shows the year of the expenditure regardless of funding source. So you can see when it's being spent.
So hence my comment that there's
I
about
get your
3 or 4
confusion.
versions.
I get your confusion,
Confusing.
but this is trying to show the year of expenditure regardless of where the funding's coming
Yeah,
from.
but if it's showing the yearly, I just offer that the total down at the bottom. It needs to be, I don't know how you're going to do it, but it's very, very confusing. I mean, I can sit here and talk with you privately later and understand it, but I don't know how the public's going to figure it out. Anyway, okay, thank you. If you'd scroll down again to the top, and we'll go through the list. I'll just ask every council member to go through the list. Does anyone have, if you can put the whole list up like you did before, Nareed, that would be helpful. Yeah. All right. Does anyone, the officer safety program was the one I was the most wanting to speak to. Does anyone want to go first and say if they have any comment, positive or negative, on any of these CIP projects? Is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Councilwoman Landry? You're muted.
God, I was unmuted for a long time. The officer safety plan says 1,680,000 something, and it says annual. That doesn't mean 1.6 million each annual year. It means money.
That was what we just went over.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was what we were talking, because now the numbers are different. The other one was 500. I'm sorry, you guys, my little brain does not handle numbers that well. I still question the parking guidance system. I know that's in year 2. The State Route 17, San Tomas, Camden, White Oaks improvement. I think we need to bring that up. It's 5 years out, seems kind of long. That's getting worse. And as North 40 opens, it's going to get worser. Is that a word? And then You already heard me about the traffic calming. I like the sidewalk curbs, ADA accessibility, all of that. I like the bike ped traffic safety improvements. And most of the other, do you want to scroll down a little more to see then, is this all of them?
That's all of them.
Okay, that doesn't match. Oh, I see, they moved up. Okay, they moved that up.
Yeah, every single chart is different.
Yeah, because now I'm looking here at 1-year projects. It says Harriet Avenue sidewalks. And then that's not here on this summary. The one I'm talking about is the one, oh, you can't see it because it fades out. But
And the table and the charts in the
yeah,
report
that
are
one.
labeled table 1, 2, and 3. So it's hard to know which table each of us are talking about.
So is the Harriet Avenue sidewalks $1 million new budget? Because it's not up on the list that you showed just a minute ago. That's in year 1, right?
It is a carryover project that will be incur expenses in year 1.
Okay, well, this is now even more confusing because traffic calming does not include the 12. And then Harriet shows the $1 million, but the other chart doesn't show Harriet. So I'm confused here.
So I'm going to make a recommendation that staff relook at all of these tables because there's inconsistencies within them and the formatting makes them awfully difficult and they need to be labeled. Okay. Council Member Bybee? You're muted.
Of those projects, the only one that I have concerns about is the parking guidance system. I just don't think that that's a high priority at this point. We're going to have a lot of changes in the downtown with parking and the civic center with parking. And I think the parking demand study would be better served us before we start going and enhancing our parking garage.
Okay. Anyone else? So everyone is fine with this entire list. That's what I'm asking. Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Yeah, just a comment on the parking guidance system. I think I support it, but I think it also may become more important after our discussion on the parklets. So if we leave parklets or we allow parking lots to still have structures for outside dining, we will lose parking downtown for a short period of time, medium period of time, or permanently. And I think we will have to get people into parking garages. So I would suggest that if we're going to make a decision, good or bad on that, we see what happens with parklets first.
It's in year 2 as well.
Yeah, true. As far as leaving it right in here now, I think if parklets go ahead and stay for a long time, it becomes critical.
Okay, anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Bybee, your hand is still up? You're okay? Okay.
Sorry.
So, thank you. Okay, so the officer safety plan was a problem for me a couple of weeks ago when it first popped up. And it was a problem because there was no lead-in, no preparedness, no heads up that something of this financial magnitude was coming at us. My questions became significantly mitigated by as you can tell by the conversation I just had with the chief, to understand exactly what it was and what it was costing us. I was, forgive the phrase, freaking out over the $1.6 million number. But that's not what it is in a year-by-year basis. So I'm comfortable with that as a positive component for the police department, but also reasonable in terms of our budget planning. I'm supportive of the parking guidance system. I agree very much with Councilmember Resnikoff. The parking's going to be hard to find for many, many reasons. And these systems are absolutely fantastic on what they can do to help people find parking and not spin around and drive off because they can't. And then we'll lose business. The FF&E we're okay on. The FF&E unfunded is okay. The police mobile data computer replacement. This is what you were just talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where does this one fit in?
We deferred. Sorry, we deferred this one to next year for the replacement of our in-car computers, but we're going to be able to just make any repairs this upcoming year as needed so that we don't have to expend those funds this year.
Okay, so that slips a year. Again, you can't tell that on this form. Pruneyard Creek Trail, removing the private city fees, park fees, I think is fine for now. The 17 San Tomas, as much as I agree with Councilwoman Landry, we can't do anything without Measure B funds, and I don't think we're going to get Measure B funds before year 5. Are we, Todd? You're muted.
Yes, I'm working on that. Thank you. It's bound to happen to us all, right, before the end of the night. Well, you know, in the Measure B Highway Interchange Program, we actually have 2 projects that have a funding allocation, right? And that funding allocation has already been made in the VTA budget in a past year. So both Hamilton and then the San Tomas Camden interchange both have $1 million allocations. What differentiates them and is a requirement of each VTA program now, except for things like local streets and roads, is that there needs to be a local match of 20%. And so for the Hamilton project, as a positive example, we have over $500,000 that we've accumulated through private development money that we can then use that to leverage, enter into our funding agreement with VTA to get the $1 million. As you can see by the very unusual number here, all we've collected from any sort of private development in associated with this interchange is $7,500, and it came from a project out on Dell. So we're not even in position to enter into the formal funding agreement until we could identify at least $200,000 out there. Now, all that being said, I don't know that we've got the ability, and nor do I think we want to impact the community by working on both interchanges simultaneously. So our approach was that Hamilton, because of other issues that have come up over the last few years, that the Hamilton Salmar monster out there would be addressed first, and that this interchange would come after that. So you'll see, at some point when you can look at all the CIP pages together, you'll see that Hamilton is actually in year 4, and we've got the Camden San Tomas one in year 5 right behind it. So we'd be sequencing them to try to minimize the impact.
Okay, so the Hamilton project isn't shown here.
It's not, because it's not new, nor is it have an additional appropriation. It's
Okay.
It's a project that was already in the CIP, and it moves from year 5 to year 4.
Okay, we've got to sort this so we all know we're looking at the right CIP list. This is just not working. Okay.
I have to say, it's very confusing.
It's terrible. Accessibility ramps is fine. ADA ramps is fine. Annual street maintenance is fine. Pedestrian. Okay, so we don't have the list with the Bearcat. We need the list. We need the list that lists the projects. It's the armored rescue vehicle. It's on the year 1 projects list. I'm very serious. I want to be sure every council member has an opportunity to comment on all of the CIP projects to understand exactly what we're talking about. And if you numbered them, I know they don't have their financial numbering system, but even if you just numbered the lines, we could at least know we're talking about line 1 or line 16. Okay. So the armored rescue vehicle, I appreciate all the conversations that have been had and the touring of the vehicle and everything. I'm just not supportive of that project. I'm torn. I understand the value to the safety of the police and the public. So it's not lost on me, but I'm just not comfortable going there at this point in time. On all the other projects, are there anything else? Yeah, there's your Highway 17 ramp. Okay. The JDM Bud restrooms. I thought we were doing the JDM Rincon restrooms. Is that just the design? Because that's the one we have the lawsuit on, right?
Yes, we actually have funding already identified
Oh,
in
that's
the current
right.
year. So we're not budgeting in an out year. We're ready to go on that once we finish the assessment as part of the settlement. So we won't say much more about that right now, but
Yeah, you had mentioned that before and I'd forgotten it. Again, we just have to find a better way for the list. Okay. Can you scroll down, please, to make sure I'm seeing the whole list? I'm only at M. Okay. As I understand that, the list from this particular table, the only one that I'm not supportive of is the rescue vehicle. Anyone else want to comment? Councilmember Lopez and then Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Sorry, the vice mayor had his hand raised first.
Okay, I can only see what I can see. Sorry. Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Thank you. So before you, I ask you to scroll up a little bit so we can go to the top. Just a comment. That's fine there. No, this one, right? That one there. Just a comment for Director Capurso, not questioning the JDM improvements, but just a good time to say you've made great progress at JDM. People should go out there and look at it. What's happening with the inclusive park is great. It's changing quickly. So, thank you for that. It's a good project. Maybe we've talked about this before, but the community center, I see here auxiliary gym upgrades, and then I see bathroom upgrades. These are the bathrooms relating near the pool or what? I forget which projects these are.
You're asking about the community center bathrooms, correct?
So I'm looking at auxiliary gym upgrade, and then I'm looking at a community center bathroom upgrade for about 120.
So let me speak to the community center bathroom upgrades first. That's kind of a I don't want to call it an annually funded project, but that's a project that we do put funding in on a regular basis. As you know, there is just a tremendous number of restrooms out at the community center, and many of them, as various people can attest to, still have the original tile and fixtures in there that are not quite what we'd like them to be. And so we're really trying to work our way through the community center and address the fixtures, the partitions, the ADA issues to the extent that we can. And I will say that some of the restrooms are much more difficult than some others. And so that's really a project where I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which restrooms we're working on now or next year, but that's a project we're working through.
Let me ask it.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask it this way.
Sure.
It doesn't relate, for example, just to the tile by the ones near the bathrooms. This could be by Orchard City Banquet Hall where there was a sink that was out. It could be anything there, room by room, basically.
Yes, it could. Yes.
That's fine.
All right.
And what are we doing with the gym upgrade? What is that?
Where's the gym? Where is
that?
it?
It's the
Second
tile.
one,
It's the
auxiliary
second
gym
project
upgrade.
from the top.
Oh,
Number two.
The plan with the auxiliary gym was to do the same level of renovation to the auxiliary gym that we did to the main gym. So for those of you that might recall a project that we did a few years back when we changed out the lighting, we refinished the floor. Again, it's just kind of a refurbishment to an existing facility. This was a site that, believe it or not, at one point we were considering as a potential temporary library. Yeah, it just didn't have the acoustics or the access that would work. And so we held off on the project until we really considered all the sites of the community center for the temp library, plus the fact that the gym was essentially out of commission for such a long time. But it's a project that we were carrying forward and hoping to get to it next fiscal year.
And who uses that gym? What would that be used for?
I would have to see if Natasha's still available.
This is, the other gym is a basketball court. Is this one physical, like exercise equipment or what?
No, it has basketball courts and volleyball courts. So it's used by recreation programs, and it's also rented to sports
thank
groups.
you. Okay, thank you. So let me comment on the armored rescue vehicle. So I think it's important to first look at, what is it? I appreciate the comments and the emails. I've gotten emails pro and con. But when you start with, we don't need militarization, and unfortunately the comment made earlier today by the younger person calling in, we don't want you to arm yourself against us. I don't think that's a fair assessment. If somebody said to me, excuse my voice, it just ended tax season, so it's gone, but hopefully coming back. If somebody asked me the same thing, do we want to militarize? Do we want to take? No, of course, I would be right there and saying no. So I think I'm a little disappointed that more people didn't come out to see the vehicle. What impressed me about the vehicle when I saw it was it's essentially looked to me like an armored truck that a bank would use. I mean, very similar in a way. And it's a vehicle to transport people in or out of a dangerous area. I think that makes sense. Chief, I give you credit for one thing to start with. This is a very political hot potato. The easy answer here would be to say, forget it. But you believe in this and you think it's needed for the city. So I respect that. I mean, this is not to your benefit personally to take this fight, right? It's a difficult fight, but I appreciate that. And I appreciate the outreach. I've talked to the chief and I've always said there are three things. Do we need it? Can we afford it? And how do we use it? So I do believe there's a need to keep people safe, officers and the residents. The cost, yes, it's 300 some thousand, but let's break it down. It's 62.5 per year for 5 years. It's 12.5 a year in the life of it. We all know if we're on council, if we avoid a workers' comp claim even, we're going to pay for ourselves with that. If we save somebody, it's obviously worth it. And the last piece is a use policy. The chief did issue a use policy online. You can read. It's pretty restrictive in how it's used, and they're putting their names on the line here and their reputations on the line here to see that it's implemented properly. So I believe it meets my criteria of the need, the spread out cost, and for paying for it over the lifetime, and the use policy. And given that, I encourage people to look a little closer and see how it's used, what the intent is. It's not an aggressive device. And for those that are questioning about arming and things like that, I encourage them to reach out to the chief or the captains and have a conversation. And if we get back to this post-COVID, I encourage people to do a ride along. Nothing will open, if the chief will allow it to the public, nothing will open your eyes up to what goes on in even a little city like Campbell by taking a ride along on a Friday or Saturday night. There's a lot going on, and I think that it makes sense to me, so I'm willing to support it. And Chief, if I've misstated anything, let me know, but I appreciate your inputs back to my questions.
No, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Resnick. I think you hit the major points. So the only thing that I'd like to add is that we've been having this conversation for over a year, and I think from the beginning of it, a lot of the opposition came from misinformation, and I understand the community concerns that have been expressed, but I think a lot of that is based on misinformation, and we just saw that in the emails that you began receiving last night and this morning. We have proactively produced a video. We've posted multiple times on social media and our website, held the in-person event, posted that draft policy. And when you look at our Nextdoor posts with the information and requesting the feedback, you see a handful of comments that are more supportive than negative. And then when you see a Nextdoor post that compares the purchase of this vehicle to a reduction in parks expenditures, then the community is up in arms, and rightfully so. If the information is disseminated in a way that's not accurate, I think you're going to get a large number of people who are against it. And I think that's my concern as we've had this conversation. Is I've really encouraged people to have the conversation, and I've been disappointed that the lack of interactive feedback that we've received. But at the end of the day, I am comfortable and moving forward with this request. And I do think it's an important piece of safety equipment. And we have numerous examples. We had an example last year where we requested a vehicle and it didn't arrive for over an hour. And that could have very easily led to the death of the victim in that shooting incident. We've had the Garlic Festival, and last year we had an officer killed in Ben Lomond with a suspect with a high-powered rifle and IEDs, and that's a community of 3,000 people. And in Campbell and in Santa Clara County, we're seeing an increase in violent crime, and we're seeing an increase in illegal weapons and illegal guns. We actually was looking at the statistics, and this year we've had a 238% increase in weapons violations, in ghost guns that we're getting off of the street. And you see this black band that I'm wearing on my badge. This is because 2 California police officers were murdered with guns last week. So this idea that we can just turn and say it's not going to happen in Campbell, I think is a short-sighted way of looking at a piece of safety equipment. And really, I think our track record speaks for itself, because we had an actual piece of military equipment. We had a tank for 20 years, and we used it appropriately, and there were no issues. So when you look at the policies that we're putting in place and the oversight that will be held on this vehicle, I feel very comfortable that the use is going to create a safer environment for the city, because we're using it for high stakes situations where we're really looking to save lives. So I guess I'll end it by saying most of the opponents, I think, are acknowledging that we can just borrow it from a neighboring agency. So I think even the people who don't want it are acknowledging that we live in a world where we may need this piece of equipment. And with that understanding, then the question really is, do you want that piece of equipment available when we need it, or are we relying on another agency which has already proven to not get it to us when we needed it? Our officers go out on a daily basis and put their lives on the line for our community. And I think it's our responsibility to provide the appropriate safety equipment so that they can do a dangerous job and can keep our community safe. And I think that's exactly what this piece of equipment will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, and then Councilmember Landry.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your perspective, and I think there's a lot of wisdom in what the Vice Mayor said as well, and some good points. At the end of the day, I'm still not able to support this project because of the cost. Just speaking for me personally, particularly at this time with the impacts that we're seeing. All of us here care about keeping our officers safe. We see the importance of the work they do, and the track record. I don't want that to go unnoticed or unmentioned. And I'm open to hearing can we have a better use policy and figure out some agreements for a neighboring agency with our neighboring agencies on the rare occasions when we need them. But I just really have difficulty with the expenditure at this time when we're faced with these kinds of decisions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I've received tremendous amount of emails about the armored rescue vehicle. A lot of them do not have correct information. Most of the emails refer to it as a military assault vehicle. It is not a military assault vehicle. It's an armored rescue vehicle. It is a standard Ford chassis, meaning it's a, if you see a big truck, that's the chassis of what this armored rescue vehicle is. It fits down a normal traffic lane. I toured it, I saw it. When I approached driving into the parking lot and saw it sitting there, I actually thought it was a Hummer because it's about the size of a large Hummer. I look at it like a fire truck. I hope to God you have a fire truck that you never have to use for a fire. That's not going to be the case. So you buy a fire truck, you supply the fire truck, you train in the fire truck for that 1 or 2 times that something's really burning down and a person's in jeopardy. I look at the case that happened last year where a woman and her husband were in a place and he's shooting her, and the police officers don't know if he's dead or alive. Do they go in and try to save the woman? Well, there's no armored protection. The only thing we currently have are the front doors of the patrol car, the 2 doors, just the door, not the window, not the hood, not the engine. So we have very, very minimal protection for our officers. And I do not want a military assault vehicle. I don't see this as that. I see this as a rescue vehicle. And I was saying, well, how do you use this? And the comment was made, we can pull in with the back of the vehicle up to a garage or to a door, and we can have all the people that are hostage run into the vehicle and safely get them out of the scene. We can pull forward, we can ram a door, we can get our officers close enough safely. There's a thing that lifts up on the roof that they can survey from. They can also, without getting out, if they needed to use that for guns to help alleviate the situation. So I know I'm probably going to upset some people in the community, but I feel if the police chief is saying that this is going to make our officers safe, and this is going to be safer for the community, and as long as we have a good policy of its use, we're not going to be driving this around the city every day. So, and other cities may need to borrow it from us. Not every city. I think, Gary, you told me like Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, they don't even have one. I think the demonstration one came from Santa Clara. So I do support, I understand about the money at $62,000 a year over 5 years. But if it saves one life or prevents one officer from getting shot, it's like a fire truck. You want it there just in case.
Thank you. Council Member Bybee.
And I was just going to also add on to what was just said, that the funding for this is actually out of capital funds. It's not coming out of the general fund. So I think there's misinformation about that, and the fact that recreation programs are going to be cut because of this, and that's not the case. It's a different source of funding, and it's just to me another tool that we equip our police department with in the event that they need to save a life. And I don't know that you can really put a price tag on that. I would certainly be grateful if we were in a situation where that happened and we had the vehicle. So I do support it.
Thank you. So I want to ask everyone once again to make sure they have said their comments on all of the CIP projects. There's no other feedback for Councilwoman Landry?
I would just say there's a correlation between the amount of staff in Public Works and the amount of projects that can be done. And Todd's comment was, as long as we get back all our positions, then we can deal with these. So I see the balance of staff and projects, and I don't want to keep hearing that staff is overwhelmed, and I want to make sure Measure O has the adequate staff that is involved. So I have no other problem with the list other than just, are we being too optimistic that we can get everything done on the list?
Well, I'll tag on to that. I mean, Measure O is funded separately. So Measure O doesn't need to consume public works staff.
But
That
it's
can
the
be funded.
bodies, we need the bodies out of Public Works for
No,
Measure O.
you don't. You can hire consultants to do the work. You don't have, that's exactly what I'm saying. We don't have to steal or borrow public works staff. So that's something staff will look at when they review the project. But I don't think Measure O should burden Public Works, and that's what it's sounding like is happening. Okay, any last comments, people? Ladies and gentlemen, you are people, but ladies and gentlemen, council members, staff. All right, city manager, do you have enough of a recap of how people are feeling about the CIP projects?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay. Yes, Chief.
I just wanted to get clarification on us moving forward with looking at the CAD RMS component of the project. The existing CIP request was to bundle the items that I discussed. The CAD RMS would be a separate project associated with this. So I just am wanting to get guidance. That would be something that we would come back in November, and it wouldn't be budgeted until fiscal year 24.
I'm so sorry. You completely lost me. What is it?
So the CAD RMS component,
Yes.
as was mentioned in the memo, that is a separate cost from the current CIP request. So I'm looking for guidance on whether or not council would like us to move forward with looking at that. At the end of the day, it is a cost savings because we would stop paying the annual service fees for our existing CAD RMS. So there would be a cost savings, but I just want to be clear that council understands that and whether or not council would like us to explore that.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting that mixed up with the armored rescue vehicle. Okay, the RMS. Okay. All right. So does all council members understand? Do all council members understand that a new item was referenced in a staff report for a new RMS system, which will, although replace an existing system, will replace it at a lower cost than the existing system. So that's a new request. Is that acceptable? Makes sense to me. Okay, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Assuming I asked the question correctly. Okay. Next steps. As we said earlier, this next more formal draft, if you will, of the budget will be presented on June 1st. Staff will take into account what we've said here tonight in that version. And then Thursday's comments will be presented to council in some form of a memo to see whether we support what was said on Thursday or not. And the budget is scheduled for final approval on June 15th. And is there anything else that we need to know? City manager, are we okay?
I think we're good on the direction. I appreciate the council's attention and time on both the operating and the CIP.
Okay, thank you all very much. And we will close the study session and reconvene at the next regularly scheduled council meeting on June 1st. Thank you. Night, everybody.